So, it being 9 o'clock, we'll open the Finance Division 2 meeting, work session. And I guess it makes sense to go through these in the order they're on the sheet, right? Okay. So let's open the discussion on HB 506. And I'll throw it open to the committee. Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. This seems to be I remember in the previous term sitting in hearings on a similar bill, and it seems to be a bill that is just trying to correct some strange things that were happening in the judicial system around people whose firearms were seized or removed legally, but then they were no longer returned. It seems to be a bill that has very, very minimal fiscal impact. So I don't think we, have to do a lot of work on it. I would be comfortable with, just moving it forward if the committee so pleases.
Any other
Yeah, I just have a
comments?
question.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. I guess two questions. I guess, even reading this, it's tiresome. I don't really understand the nature of the problem and why Division 1 doesn't have this. Is it because this is an issue that is stuck in safety? Is this where the hiccup is?
I guess I would assume so, but I'll leave it to we have the department here. Okay. Does somebody from the department want to, I don't know which department, safety? Do you want to speak to why this is in your department or whatever other questions you have for her?
You're right. I'm skipping that this morning.
And
It
pull it.
is too early.
Pull the whole thing closer to you so that there you go.
Good morning, representatives. My name is Lieutenant Mary Catabriga. I work for the Department of Safety Division of State Police. Right now, I'm assigned to the Records Information Services, which oversees the permits and licensing unit. Right now, the return of firearms, we get all the civil cases that come through the Department of Safety. We don't get the criminal cases. Those go through their local jurisdictions. So this would now change it that all these return of firearms would come directly through the Department of Safety by this bill.
So that's one of the impacts of the bill itself.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, yes, Representative
If I may
Popovich.
just better understand, thank you for being here and answering questions. When you say they come to you, the returns of firearms, you don't mean the physical return of firearms. You just mean the decision or the red light, green light type question. Because the way I understand it, and I would appreciate if it correct me if I understand it incorrectly. This bill requires that once the order, that was relevant to the seizing expires, the firearms should be returned immediately. It waives the requirement for the court to ask for a background check, but if a background check is asked, then it falls into the lap of the Department of Safety. So when you talk about this becomes a Department of Safety issue, you are talking about the background check portion and the yes, it's okay, no, it's not okay decision, not anything else or like the physical possession of the firearms or anything.
No, we do not house the firearms unless, of course, state police took those into custody. But other than that, yes, the local PDs would still hold those. We just do the background check. when
Thank
the
you for
court requests
clarifying.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think right now, criminal goes through you, civil does not. Is that what you said?
Opposite, civil,
Opposite.
so any
goes
protection
through you,
orders. Yes.
And so this would allow criminal to go through you.
Correct.
Both go through you. Okay, I got it. I wasn't sure.
You want to make a motion over on this side?
I was just trying to allow for all necessary discussion by the committee, but since we are already here, I would like to make an OTP motion for HB 506 FN.
Further discussion? Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Call the roll. All right.
OTP.
LTP. Representative Popovici.
Aye.
Okay. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy. Yes. Representative Wilden. Are you voting today? Yes. Representative Murray,
Yes.
if you're here, you're voting today. Well, I thought I'd just ask, make sure. Representative Hacken Phillips?
Yes.
I'm getting that. It took a while. Okay. And we have a motion to OTP.
Representative Murray?
I thought I did.
Oh, she did me. She didn't do Earth.
Oh, I didn't do you again. I always miss you. I don't know why. Would you like to vote?
Yes, I like to vote, and I vote yes.
That is so funny.
As a general guideline, the only person sitting at the table that doesn't vote is Mr. Landrigan. So
Well, I'll get him in there too, I'm sure, at some point in time. Yes. The motion moves 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll have to keep banging this thing, but I'll close the hearing on HB 506 and open the hearing on, not hearing, the work session, excuse me, on HB 671, establishing a kindergarten literacy readiness program, and open it to discussion. Do we have folks here from the department if we need them? Okay. Any comments from the gallery? Take your time. We're moving along just fine.
I'm just wondering, do we, maybe someone could give us a little historical knowledge of what happened through committee and the floor to how it reached us? If anyone knows.
I can tell you, I can't tell you any of that, but I can tell you that like the last one, both of these were passed on the consent calendar 2 weeks ago, despite there having money in them. And I did actually make reference or discuss that with the clerk, and he apologized, but they don't take responsibility for that. It's basically on the committees that put them on there. But if we have somebody from the relevant committee that knows more, that'd be great. Relevant department, sorry.
Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education. And so when this had gone to the committee, they passed it. The department came in and testified that the dollar that is allocated for this is not sufficient. So I think that, of course, I think I heard the words, we'll let finance figure that out. So here we are.
our favorite line.
This program was a contract that the department engaged in during the pandemic, utilizing the COVID-19 pandemic relief funds. At that time, the department was looking at ways to support families remotely. I think that this was like 2020, 21-ish. And we were looking for ways to augment supports for preschool or kind of that birth to 5 range supports at home for families. So we did partner with Waterford to provide these supports for families. At that time, the cost for the contract was about $600,000 per year. So now that the COVID-19 funds, we of course no longer have those funds. The contract ended, I believe, about a year ago. So that program ended, and that's kind of where we're at with this. I believe that it was the Waterford program that was working to create this legislation. So I'm definitely here to answer any questions about the contract with the department. I think there's somebody here from Waterford that has maybe more information on, I guess, the type of programming they're envisioning, but I'm just here to provide background information on the contract. And then the dollar that is appropriated, we would not, if it were to pass, we would not be able to execute what's in the
Can't believe that.
in the
One moment.
legislation.
Representative Weiler, Chairman
you.
Weiler, sorry.
Was it in fact ever used, this contract? Was it used during COVID?
Thank you for the question. So we did have families that were engaging in using it. I think the difficulty is that we were not able to garner more data on the usage, on the engagement, and particularly on a pre and post outcome to see how, where the situation where families were at the beginning and then the engagement process and then what the outcomes were. We don't have any information on that. So I think that is something that would be important if we were to look at going forward. If this were to pass, if it were properly funded, then we would do an RFP for this work, because I think while it was a specific vendor that we worked with to do this work, we would still have to go through the state's procurement process and do a request for proposals based on the criteria that's written in the legislation, review those proposals, and ensure that we are selecting a vendor that can provide evidence-based research and some data to support.
So that was not in this contract to provide some data, that whether we found that this was effective or not.
We had the numbers of usage, but it wasn't the pre and post outcomes. We didn't have that information.
Do we know the number of usages?
That I can get to you.
Because we're being asked to put some more money in it, obviously 600,000, with no results and no answer of whether that money was properly spent. It's hard to say, yeah, throw some more money at it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. You referenced Waterford.
Correct.
So this money went to this one particular area, this one school district. This was not statewide.
Waterford was a vendor that provided the supports.
Waterford's the vendor.
The vendor, yes, that provided the supports, but it was families statewide. So any family
So it was statewide.
that could access the services. So this was open to all families.
Thank you for clarifying that. I misunderstood. So this was part of the pandemic when the schools were closed
Correct.
in order to provide readiness tools or, access for kindergarten. Schools are now open again.
Correct.
So if the schools are open, who's going to be using it this time? It
It's
apparently
still
would
for
be
the-
a far, not so many kids maybe, or do you expect this to go, a program that goes into the schools?
Thank you for the question. So the program is aimed at the pre-literacy. So it's those kids that are 0 to 5 before they've entered school. So I think that, and I can't speak to who put the legislation together and drafted this. My understanding is that it's to aim at those, still that same 0 to 5 before they've entered school as sort of an augment. And I think it's an online type of service or program that the student or the kids engage in, not really students at that point, they're kids that are
So we're
preschool.
looking at nursery schools or daycares or homeschools. We're looking
Correct.
at students that are not in
K to
kindergarten
12.
yet.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say first that I'm not a fan of $1 appropriations, but that's not for anybody in this room. It's something that I will express in the appropriate context too. My question is in regards to the part of the bill that refers to meeting Tier 1 benchmarks under the US DOE ESA. Does that indicate that we expect to get any federal funds, or is just that something that we need to comply with regardless of whether we get paid or not?
We will not have any federal funds that could possibly go towards this. There will
So
be
would you know why then there are references to the tier benchmarks? I understand it's not your bill, I get it, but what's your best guess in terms of the intent of requiring that?
correct. That piece of it, I do not.
Thank you.
I'm not clear on.
No, I appreciate it. If I may continue for a sec. Look, I'm looking at this and I'm kind of scratching my head unofficially here. At this point in time, I would probably suggest that's something that at best we can retain and see what we can do about it. But I don't see how, based on what we have at this time, we can make a more aggressive decision on this, both because of the funding questions and also because it's kind of unclear how necessary this is at this point in time. And I'm open to getting more, evidence and testimony on this, but there doesn't seem to be anybody else in the room that is prepared to do that at this time. There is. Excellent. Oh, see, I missed that. Then I would like to wait.
And just one last, if I may. The department right now is engaging in doing a needs assessment for literacy. We're working on updating our state literacy plan that hasn't been done in many, many years. And so part of that literacy plan and that needs assessment is really diving into more data as far as what are the needs. And we will look at what are the needs from that 0 to 5 range in that preschool range. What are the needs in, K to 5? What are the needs? And then we're looking at middle school and high school. And so to formulate that plan, it's taking some time to get all of our stakeholders and different constituents engaged with that assessment. But part of that is looking at, okay, what are the needs? And then kind of having that plan drive the pieces that we would kind of put together to meet those needs. So while this work is very, very important for that 0 to 5 range, I do want to just let this committee know the department is engaging and working on doing something more comprehensive so we can see what the needs are statewide and then kind of come up with a plan to meet those needs.
Do you have any kind of time frame for that
I think we plan to have it finished by the end of the year.
calendar year?
Correct.
Thank you. Representative DeRoy?
You said that you haven't done a needs assessment in a long time. What normally would you be doing? I assume COVID interrupted a lot of that, but do you do a needs assessment, especially on literacy, where our children are not learning?
So with the statewide literacy plan, it really was based many years ago before we were really delving into the science of reading, and with all the new research that has come out specific with science of reading and how to teach literacy, particularly at that 0 to 5th grade range. Our plan is reflective of a kind of an older thought process and then older pedagogy regarding literacy. So I think that now we're looking at, it needs to be updated because it has to include that more updated information. And then we would take our current assessment data to kind of dive into that. With the also legislation that has passed with dyslexia, in the past couple of years, we're able to garner some more information and data there to see what those needs are, because that really does feed in. I mean, that 0 to 5 year-old range does feed into that that dyslexia supports and kind of identifying those students that need that help
Wonderful. I'm
prior to
glad
going to
hear that.
school.
Thank you.
Chairman Weiler?
I would move that we retain the bill and wait to hear more information. I'm sure that Waterford should have run some data. I would like to know how many tablets or anything they handed out, or whether this was just a matter of, here's the website, go on it and try to use it for your child, rather than us having to hand out computers. Thank you.
I'm gonna, if I may, second this for the purpose of discussion.
Would you be willing, yes, I don't know your name, but would you come forward? You can stay there. Might as well have you both here. Come on up to the microphone, please. And then introduce yourself and pull the whole thing closer to you so that it's right by your mouth.
Right there?
There you go. Perfect.
Thank you. Teresa Rosenberger. Good morning, all of you. I work for Bernstein Shore, and I represent Waterford Upstart. Let me just give you a little quick background on this. Bernstein Shore was hired by Waterford a while back. Waterford had gotten a contract with the city of Nashua to do pre-K kindergarten readiness program. That program had been funded by the United Way of Nashua, I think some city money, etc. And it was specifically to target kids going to beginning kindergarten, and Nashua was targeted because of the population in Nashua. That program was tremendously successful. And to Representative Weiler's question, Waterford does an assessment at the beginning of the program and at the end of the program. And so when that program was done, the results, particularly for those children who were new Americans and et cetera, was tremendous. And also low-income kids. So at that point, the state, through the Department of Education and the commissioner, after that, got a federal grant through, it was a federal grant, if I remember, through UNH.
Could
I
you
think.
possibly just include timeframes when you, as you're talking, so we know when this is actually occurring? Years, that kind of thing?
Oh gosh, I have a brain injury. That's going to really push me. But it's represented a while ago. So the long term. Well, anyway.
Approximate,
Well,
not like to the
let me
day.
just say, my first final report for the year is 2022-23, and then I have 2023, 24. So I think, frankly, let me think. The pandemic was what? 2020. I think the national program was about 2020, and I think we got the grant through UNH. I think maybe 21, 22. I don't
These were
have that.
COVID-19 pandemic
Right.
relief funds.
Right. But the grant we got came through UNH to DOE, and that was for statewide. Waterford started in 2008 in Utah, and it has gone all across the country. And what Waterford does, it was designed to go in to the home, and it was specifically designed to engage the parents. So the idea was you go in the home, they give the child a computer if they do not have a computer. They also provide internet if they don't have an internet connection. With DOE and any program they've done, Waterford, this is a private-public partnership on Waterford's behalf, and that they contribute the computer, they contribute the internet. The state can't do that, so they do it. So the idea was to go in and engage the parents as well in this 15 minutes of coaching, tutoring every day. It's supposed to be 15 minutes, 5 days a week. And there is a coach that is working with the family and monitoring. So there's a coach that's watching that's saying, wait, this child is really not picking it up here, but they are here. So and the coach works with the family. And I think in the beginning they found that the coach called one family and said it's supposed to be 15 minutes a day, and you're doing 2 hours. Well, it turns out that the adult in the house who'd only gone through the 8th grade was taking the program as well. And that was particularly happening with some families that English was not the first language. So the program, so when we got the state grant was specifically for targeted. So we have to go to your house, we have to go to your house, we have to go to your house. We were not going to pre-K schools or any of that. That's why Divine Millimet got hired, because they needed somebody to say, can you introduce us in Berlin to somebody who would be able to access those people directly. Finding each person that has a 3 or 4 year old is pretty tough. So we got hired to do that, not to come in here, just to really basically open doors and et cetera. So during the process, they hired a gentleman named Rob Riley, and I'm sorry he's not here today, but he's on medical leave, who was the director of the YMCA in Rochester. Rob came in as basically the community coordinator, and Rob ended up getting a number of not only public schools, but also daycare, pre-K, nursery schools to take the program. The DOE approved that and said, okay, yes, you can do it in a school setting. So, for example, it's done in Derry. And Derry has a program where it's where when we go in, and in that case, there are 12 or 13 kids in the class. We're still doing the 15 minutes. We're still doing the coaching. We're just getting a bigger group of kids at one time instead of going to your house. But we are still doing the one-on-one in the homes, so the goal is still to engage the families. And even in Derry, they're engaging the families. Londonderry, we talked to Londonderry because they don't have full-day kindergarten. They have half day, and they really felt like they needed to have their pre-Ks up to speed, and then they wanted to know if Waterford could actually do a program to supplement the kindergarten in the afternoon, 15 minutes again, which they said yes. They were going to use their opioid abatement funds because the way they read those guidelines, prevention was in there. Unfortunately, the Attorney General's office said no. So that did not happen. But that, again, was a wonderful application. Waterford does do the assessments. It's all, I'm not sure because I don't interact with DOE on this. I'm not sure if that had been communicated to you. I know Christine Brennan, the Assistant Commissioner at DOE, is totally involved in this and probably the best champion in the state. I know there were weekly calls with her, with Waterford, and I think the information was probably sent in. I think she probably has it. This bill came in, and let me be very clear. There will be an RFP. Yes. Will Waterford apply? Yes. Will others apply? Yes. As far as we're concerned, if somebody else gets it, gosh, we would like to have it because we've started the work. But if we don't get it, the bottom line is children are ready to go to kindergarten. There are studies out there that when kids are ready to learn, particularly in kindergarten through 3, they learn and they don't go off the grid, and you don't have the issues that you have later, particularly with alcohol and drugs, et cetera, because kids can't read or they can't learn. So this is not for Waterford. Yes, we would apply. Yes, we put it in. The program ended with the last school year because there was not funding for this current school year. We probably had 700 kids in the pipeline. You'll see from this report, the numbers are right around 500, 478, 450, et cetera. But we had kids in the pipeline to do it. The kids are still there, which is why we put the legislation in. To be perfectly blunt, the reason $1's in there was we knew you had a tough budget, but more importantly, we thought if the state puts this imprimatur on some sort of pre-K readiness, then it would give us a better shot at going to some nonprofits because the state says it's important, but the state also says we have a budget crisis and can't fund it. So maybe somebody could get us there. The program costs about $1,100 a child. Now, Waterford with that, Waterford is still giving the computer and the internet access to those who don't have it. When the program finishes for a child and they go to kindergarten, they keep the laptop or tablet, but they do not continue with the internet. We stop the internet once the child has finished. And we do try to target directly. So as far as we're concerned, if you love to have you pass the policy, you can make it 0 and put a line in there that says if we need a line in there that we can get contributions. If you'd like to fund it, we'd be thrilled, but I'm not going to, with what you've got going on. I know, we'd love it to stay in. So at the end of the day, if in May you all find $500,000, $250,000, I mean, we'd love $1 million, but if you find a little change sitting around, we'd love to have it funded. So that's. I'm sorry I did a dump on you, but that's the whole thing.
That was great. Thank you. You held up a couple of documents there.
I'll be happy to give them to you, and
You don't do it right now, but that'd be great if you get those, and also the PDFs that go with them, the actual original electronic files.
Yes, I will
To
do
Mr.
that.
Landrigan is the
I
person
will
to
do that. I'll give, yes.
Representative Popovich.
Yep, I'll be happy to do that.
It's one of those cases where I'm in just my second term and I genuinely don't know whether my gut feeling is we cannot just pass a legislation and say, geez, this would be a good idea. We're going to pass a law saying it has to happen, but we cannot put money in it. It will only happen if donors come in. So I would appreciate some feedback from the more experienced members of the committee or from anybody who may know on whether that's even an option.
I do know, because I did some research on this, there are other statutes that actually particularly pertain to DOE, and you may know more than I, that have said fund when appropriations are available. So, again, that is the policy, and as you know, the Policy Education Committee passed it 18-0, and it was on consent in the House. So it's saying we'll fund it when there's money. And I can get you those references too.
Representative Weiler?
When the new DOE is created or DOE is eliminated and everything comes out just in grants, then there's a little more flexibility. One of the things I like about this is parent involvement. What I'm hearing from the people who are teaching is the parents don't get involved in the kids' education except to complain to the teacher. Why did you give him a D? Because he didn't do any work. Well, you should have made him do the work. This is the idea. The parents nowadays aren't what they used to be, that they took part in the kids' education. I like the fact that the parents are involved, but, we're giving them a tablet. They could turn around and sell it or misuse it. Who knows? There ought to be either a copay or a deposit or some sort of thing that there's some respect for this. Everybody has to have skin in the game or it's meaningless. You got to get a tablet for nothing. Oh, good. Maybe I can swap it for something instead of using it for what it's intended for, especially when we're dealing with people that hardly read and write themselves. It's a good idea if it works. It's risky to be handing out tablets and things and have them, do they really spend 15 minutes a day? This is for a population that isn't very disciplined anyway. That's why they're low income. They don't show up at work. They don't do what they're supposed to do. This is the experience I've had with low income people. The money goes for cigarettes and beer. But anyway, I think it's worth retaining because maybe we'll find some money. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, I think the policy committee has already looked at this and supported it. And I think that we support their policy. And, you already know there's just not probably going to be any money. But I do think it's a good idea to hold on this to give, that we support the work that the policy committee did on this. So I'm very fine with the retaining.
And may I just answer, I forgot to answer your question about the standards here. That was only put in so that whoever the state chose was living up to those national standards of a program for literacy. Nothing to do with the federal. It's just
Yeah,
a standard.
unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Hager Phillips?
I'm just looking at page 2 of the language of the bill down at the bottom regarding the appropriation. It appears that this has language that would allow warrants to be drawn from the general fund. So am I correct in understanding that this might be something that the department could potentially go to the fiscal committee to? No. Okay. How would that work, Minky?
So for every appropriation of general funds, that standard warrant language is there. This is specific to that dollar.
Okay.
So this is allowing the governor to draw the dollar warrant.
Representative Popovich?
I appreciate the answer, but now I am confused because the language says draw a warrant from the general fund for any sum not otherwise. Oh, sorry, I just answered my own question. It's money that's available in the general fund but cannot exceed the $1. Sometimes we think aloud. Thank you.
We do. We do? Other, we have an early motion. Yeah, we're there. And other discussion? I guess one thing I would ask is that maybe you come forward with language. I assume you're an attorney. I get that sense? Oh, okay. But you're related to attorneys, or not related to them, but work with them. With the kind of language that would implement what you just described, where we don't provide any money, but we provide the imprimatur, so we understand exactly what you mean and what potential ramifications that has for the state.
Yes, I will be happy to do that. And is it all right if I include language in there that would allow donations?
You can provide whatever you like to provide. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but the more
Right,
information you
right.
provide us, the better.
I'll give you options.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Yes, and I also would say, just to answer you, Representative Weiler, because they're coaches, they're monitoring what happens. on those tablets. And I think whoever gets the contract, Waterford gives tablets. Now, I don't know if the others, there are nonprofits out there, I don't know if everybody, the others who are out there give a tablet. And certainly if it's, that can be a discussion between DOE and whoever gets it as to whether there's a copay or not. But thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Representative Popovich.
Just one moment. Thank you both for coming. If you're splitting real quickly, I really appreciate your help, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the motion of ITL on the table.
Retain.
Oh, retain, I'm sorry. Oh, retain. That's a good idea that we do this. Again, thank you. Retain. All right.
So
Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
There is also a Health and Human Services component to this bill, a very small one, but if you look at the fiscal note, they did identify some potential costs. I don't know if you want to hear from the department.
Oh, they're here as well?
Yes, yeah.
Sure, come on up.
All right.
I don't know who's who, and I'm sorry. I should recognize you all, but I don't yet. Yeah, but I've been in the. Oh. Please introduce yourselves and provide us with whatever information you'd like to provide us. Thank you.
Hi, Brian Clark. I'm General Counsel for the Division of Economic Stability, and I have with me.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Lorden, Finance Director for DES and DCYF.
So just to clarify, neither of you is with the HHS?
No, we're both with DHHS.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I identified the division, not the Division of Economic Stability is part of the
DHS.
Department of Health and Human Services. Sorry.
Great, thank you.
So the proposed legislation requires the Department of Health and Human Services to notify approved WIC and TANF recipients that have an age-appropriate child, that being a 4 or 5-year-old, of the existence of this program. And so to specifically notify them, we put in the fiscal note the cost of sending out a mailing. And we just wanted to point out there's no appropriation to cover that.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Popovich?
I'm just again trying to understand exactly what the DHHS would do for this particular bill and whether, any significant amount of effort or costs or staff may be involved.
So it's an automated, so there would be, so there's 2 programs, the temporary assistance for needy families and the women's, infant, and children's programs that would need to notify the applicants and recipients with the age appropriate child. So on the temporary assistance for needy families, on the TANF side, there's a computer system that sends out mailings to households that notifies them of different changes with their case. And so the cost on that side is to make changes to that computer system to send out a mailing when either someone who's age appropriate is approved or when someone becomes 4 years old. And then on the WIC side, there isn't a computer system, so it would be having staff send out that notification.
Thank you.
It would seem you would be in touch with these clients all the time anyway.
That's
This
correct.
shouldn't be an additional thing. It could be added on to monthly contacts or whatever, however you contact these people.
So the way the proposed legislation was worded was notifying specifically recipients that have these age appropriate children.
Right.
And so we don't have a way to filter that out. That would, so it's not as simple as attaching it to a notice of decision. If you wanted it to be something that we just publish the information that this is available, that would go out to people who don't have age-appropriate children.
That would seem to be almost zero cost. Thank you.
So from the point of view of the department, if the legislation is modified to say that instead of filtering the specific people who are eligible and just sending them a special letter for this, if you'd include a, little language on every letter you send to every, TANF family, saying, hey, if you have a kid of this age, there is this program that's available, would that save you cost? Because instead of, you just have to change a form letter that you are sending to them instead of querying the database for them, getting the list out, preparing a mailing list, and sending and paying postage for a special letter. Just looking for every way to continue to achieve the goals of the legislation while saving funds, because again, tough budget and all.
Yes, I believe so. If we were to attach it to a mailing that already goes out, or if we were to publish it on our website, the website definitely has no cost. The mailing could potentially be an impact, but if it's unlikely.
Thank you. Because look, I'm concerned that obviously the website is nice and we all like to think that everybody goes to the website, but fact is that lots of people don't, and I don't want to just post it in the website and have a bunch of families never go there because they don't realize they should. But if we just not even include a special leaflet, but put language at the bottom or in part of the letter that they get that, hey, now that you are eligible for this, you may also be eligible for this if you have a kid in this age range. Would, in your opinion, that, really change cost much? Obviously, there will be a one-time cost to redesigning the letters, the forms, and everything. I get that. But in terms of recurring costs, which are more of my concern, one-time costs, you pay them once you're done, you move on. But recurring stuff tends to pile on. So I'm just looking for anything that would notify everybody, but keep the recurring costs to a minimum.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in a loop about the same thing, because it says notify any approved applicants for either, and then, it goes on from there. I'm wondering, how does a family know whether or not they're approved? It seemed like y'all would be involved early on because you already have that information about whether they're part of these programs or not. And so I was I think, making the assumption that one way they would find out about the program would be through information that you had already sent them. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because how do they know to even apply to the program? That the program exists? Where do they first get word of the program? And if it's for some of these people, it seems like that would come from you initially. It's not like, are they going to call up Department of Education and say, got anything? So do you see I'm lost in the loop here?
Right. So to answer your question, I'd like to clarify. When you refer to the program, you're referring to the kindergarten literacy program?
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Okay. So they would already be, a family would apply for temporary assistance to needy families, or WIC, with the department. And then we would send them, look at their eligibility and whether they meet the program requirements, and then send them a notice of decision that says you're eligible, here's your benefit, and there's more information to it. But yes, that's what we would do. And so the proposed legislation specifically said notify these households with age-appropriate children. So we took that to mean if a temporary assistance, a TANF case opens and they have a 1-year-old, we wouldn't send a notice about this literacy program to them. But then when that 1-year-old turns 4, we would.
I said, yeah, that seems workable, and I don't see that being a really heavy lift from your point. Isn't it sort of just another paragraph? And once you've identified that, it says, and in addition to this and this and this, you might look at this program as well.
So for TANF, it's the cost of changing the computer system to track that this language gets added for these cases that are have a 4 or 5 year old.
So we could change that. And none of this is fixed, right? And we probably won't be looking at this for a while anyway. Representative Pavich, you have something else?
I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, because my understanding of the language on the top of page 2, Roman numeral 4, that I think we were talking about, it says availability of the adaptive kinderness if the applicant indicates that he or she has at least one child who would qualify because of age. So my understanding is that the approved applicants refers to people who are approved into, the TANI for WIC, right?
That was my understanding as well.
Right. So that would be before they even are aware there is a kindergarten assistance program. So once they are approved into that program, the department, the DHHS, would then have the obligation to tell them, hey, by the way, this other program is also available. So, it seems to be that early notice, but I'm just not sure if trying to wait until they are 4 and notified then is cost justified. But I guess that's something we'll discuss
We can
later. I
change
think we're
this.
in a good place. Yeah. No, I think for now we've gotten as much as we needed to get.
Okay. Representative Weiler?
We're all referring to it as TANF, which I appreciate. I see it's been changed to financial assistance to needy families. I like having the idea of temporary on there, so people don't just say, how much am I going to get, but realize that this isn't going for generations. This is temporary. You're supposed to go and get a job and improve yourself. So I hope this hasn't officially been changed to FANF.
Temporary assistance for needy families is the name of the federal grant. And then the state has the financial assistance for needy families is the state name for.
Wrong.
Okay. Any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
Yes, retain.
Okay. Have we voted?
We were about to before Gates. I think we tried to vote twice already.
We could, yeah.
I already wrote down the answer.
So,
All right.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Okay, we have a motion to retain. Representative Popovici,
Aye.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy, yes. Representative Chair Weiler, or
Yes.
No, that's right. That's right.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Earth.
There you go. Yes.
All righty.
Sorry for the confusion on my side.
So motion moves 7-0.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming as well.
Can I
Appreciate
get
it.
her last name spelled for me, please? This young lady.
Lorden, Lorden.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, what was the question? CLARK.
Alrighty, I'll close the work session on HB 671 and open the work session on, we can probably do these together, but we'll do them one at a time. HB 494 relative to the Math Learning Communities Program and making an appropriation therefore. And I'll recognize Shannon, gosh, I can't remember your last name. Reed, the representative from CCSNH. Thank you.
Good morning. Shannon Reed, REID, representing the Community College System of New Hampshire. Thank you for consideration of House Bill 494. The House Education Funding Committee passed this bill with an amendment. This bill contains two parts. Section 1 is language, which updates existing statutory language on the Math Learning Communities program. Section 2 is the appropriation to continue our ability to offer this program. Math Learning Communities is a partnership between the community college system of New Hampshire and New Hampshire high schools. It brings together math teachers from both levels across the state to kind of convene a community of practice and develop a curriculum and 2 courses that are designed to help students in high school who are struggling with math and who are at risk of not graduating from high school with appropriate levels of math attainment for post-secondary education and use in careers. This has been a very successful program in the past. We have many high schools that are engaged in this right now with us. The high school teachers and the college teachers really appreciate the ability to kind of work together, share wisdom and ideas and innovation, and develop courses that are really aimed at, really kind of pitched at the student who has struggled in math. And we do not want to see high school students graduating from high school with math that doesn't serve them well in their future. So that's really what this program is aimed at. So as I said, the policy committee has passed this bill. I think you have a number of options before you as far as what to do with it. I would say a couple of things. The appropriation is currently in the governor's House Bill 2, so that's before you in that budget. The language is not in House Bill 2. This language in Section 1 is quite important in just updating the program from when it ran initially to when it was sort of relaunched 2 years ago. What's in statute right now is old, and it's also very specific and detailed about course content and curriculum, and that's really not, I don't think you want that level of specificity in statute, because as things evolve, we're going to want the latitude to kind of make sure that the programming evolves as well. So I would say whatever you can do to preserve the language would be really important to us. Perhaps you could strip the appropriation from this bill and pass the bill so that we know the language is going through. The appropriation already sits in House Bill 2, so that's one option. I'm sure Mr. Landrigan can outline other sound options for this. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Popovich.
Not a question, but a quick note. Having sat in the policy committee for this, the only reason why the appropriations are below the governor's recommendation is that this is a very tight budget year, and the policy committee was aware of that and understanding of that. But honestly, if there is any place where we can shake some new money, this is one of the places where I would like to prioritize. And in terms of the language, obviously, I would be happy to try to accommodate whatever is best, so that the program is properly supported by legislation and appropriations and whatnot.
Thank you very much. And of course, another option is to take this language and put it in House Bill 2. That's probably the best way to make sure that it goes forward one way or the other.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Representative Popovich.
If I may ask Mr. Landrigan on his opinion on the best way to handle the language, because to me it kind of feels that maybe stripping all appropriations and passing the bill to have the policy and then worrying about the appropriations in the budget itself may be more stable for the program than putting it in HB2, where it may need to be again in HB2 and so on. But obviously, could you please comment?
I think that's a pretty good option, to just strike Section 2 of the bill, pass Section 1, have this go all the statutory changes on its own as part of House Bill 494, and then just consider funding the program when you consider CCS&H's budget as part of House Bill 1 and 2.
Strike section, what was that, 2?
2, yeah, the appropriation section, and then pass all the statutory changes that the policy committee approved.
I'm comfortable with that, just saying out loud.
So essentially OTP minus the section 2, is that?
So what the committee could do is an OTPA, knowing that I'm going to be drafting an amendment to delete Section 2.
But then we'd want to OTP that?
An OTPA that the
Right,
the amendment
yeah,
is
I'm sorry,
pending.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Can I just,
Representative Murray?
OTPA, so the,
So I need to draft an amendment to delete section
so
2.
the amendment is to HB2.
Nope,
No.
it's to House Bill 494 to delete
So
section 2
We're going to amend
and
the
then
bill.
pass the
as it
bill
came
without
to
section
us.
2 in it.
And we're going to recommend OTP and put it on the calendar and get it out of here.
When does it get into HB2?
It doesn't.
Right.
This part of it doesn't.
Okay.
The language would move forward under the bill, but the appropriation would be in HB2 if I'm understanding correctly. Oh, HB1, sorry. Ugh, sorry. What a day.
It may
That's
it
to
may-
be determined.
Right.
Where
that-
the how so the governor funded this in House Bill 1. Historically, this has been funded in House Bill 2. When we get to CCSNH's budget, as far as House Bill 1 and 2, the committee can decide how you want to fund it, at what level.
Representative Popovich?
And if I may, I just want to remind everybody that this is a recommendation to the overall committee. So the fact that we don't have the amendment in front of us is fine because in the past we've never had an issue with it, and we'll have time to review the amended bill when it's discussed in front of the full committee. If God forbid a comma is out of place, we'll have an opportunity to find it. So we should be good. And seriously, the whole moving this out of HB2, I don't think this is, something that necessarily needs to be there. And, it will cut the size of HB2 a little, which is kind of nice.
I thought that she requested some changes in the statements here that would change it a little bit.
The changes we requested have already been made. They're part of House Bill 494, Section 1. That contains our changes.
But if we ought to pass, the changes will go through anyway.
Yes.
Don't need to be in HB2. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm confused.
House Bill 494, as it came to the policy committee and as it comes to you, contains Section 1, which are the changes we,
I get that.
okay.
But then you just tied that back to HB1. Is some of that language already in HB1? You
The
just
only
said-
thing that's in HB 1 is the funding for this,
Okay, that
which
we're
is
gonna talk
built
about.
into
Okay.
House Bill 1.
All right. So the language would only be here. Once we amend this, the policy language will only be in this bill that we're going to send back to the House as amended by what Mr. Landgren said. that
Yes,
accurate?
you could also move the Section 1 language, not move. You could also add the same language that's in Section 1 to House Bill 2 to have it in two places, but I don't know if that makes the most sense.
Okay, we can talk about that in the future. And now you're talking about the same language you're sending forward in the bill. You say you want us to consider putting that in HB2 in addition to the appropriations wherever we may put them.
That's one option.
Okay.
I guess we really want this language change passed.
Yep.
So it strikes me that getting 494 sort of clean so it can go from
the
the
Senate.
House to the Senate without a price tag attached to it is probably the best way to just move this forward.
Okay,
We delete section
strike section 2. Not if you're going to talk about HB2. No, seriously. Okay, go ahead. Representative
I
Popovich.
just wanted to say that separating the language from the appropriations just simplifies our work. We can get the language off the table and just focus on the numbers. So
Well, we'll see. Any other discussion? So, does somebody want to make that motion?
Move on to pass as amended.
I'll second.
And I'll just add with the amendment being to strike section 2 from HB 494, which is the appropriation.
To be determined.
Section 2 is on page 2, 6 through 13.
We got a second by
Me.
Yeah. But she's bringing it in too. Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to OTPA. Representative Popchi.
aye.
Representative B.
Yes.
Representative Dewar, yes. Representative Chair.
Yes.
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 Yes. Well, don't go anywhere. All right, so I will close the work session on HB 494 and open the work session on HB 716, making an appropriation for the dual and concurrent enrollment program. And I'll welcome Ms. Reed back. Mrs. Reed back.
Thank you. Shannon Reed, Community College System of New Hampshire. House Bill 716 only makes an appropriation for the dual and concurrent enrollment program, which is presently funded in the Governor's House Bill 1. So I think probably what this is obviously your decision, but what makes the most sense might be to retain this bill and just know that you're considering the funding as it's come to you in the Governor's House Bill 1. And it's in the Governor's House Bill 1 at $3 million per year.
Representative Popovich.
I will incorporate my previous comments on the previous bill by reference and not repeat them. But we wanna add more money if we can find any. It was cut by the policy committee because of the budget tightness.
Other comments?
A question, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hackett-Phillips?
I see the updated fiscal note has reduced the expenditures and appropriations from 3 million to 2.5 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. I just wanted to make sure that that is still the correct number we're talking about.
That was the amendment that we put in the policy committee, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So both this bill and the one we were just discussing, we flat funded them from the current biennium through to the new biennium, essentially. Representative Murray?
So the governor's budget had the 3 million in, and you put it to 2.5 million for that.
Whatever it's at, yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that is the two of us here. Unfortunately.
There were a few other people involved, yes.
Other comments, questions, Representative Popovich?
I just want to point out that all the motions to do that were pretty much unanimous and bipartisan. So there is bipartisan support from the policy committee on this. Everybody understands it's tight. And again, everybody understands that this is a program that we really, really want to try to find funding to bring it back to what the governor asked for. So.
Do I have a motion?
I have one more quick
Oh,
question.
Representative Hackett-Phillips, yes.
So I'm just looking at Mickey's appropriation summary for the last bill we just discussed. And so I guess, Mickey, this is my question for you. In that note section, you mentioned that the governor had recommended a budget appropriation, but didn't specifically earmark funding for that program. I'm wondering, in this case, is it specifically earmarked? Is that how that works? Because it's its own separate bill and not in the...
So yes, both of these bills would appropriate the money specifically for
Okay.
those programs. If you remember when CCSNH came in earlier this week and presented their governor's recommended budget, all of these items, or excuse me, both of these items, well, actually, dual and concurrent enrollment was somewhat separate because it was using education trust funds, but
Okay.
the Math Learning Communities program was just part of their regular appropriation with no, statutory or any
Okay.
other restriction of those funds shall be used for math learning communities. So
Okay.
when we get to CCSNH's budget in this committee on House Bill 1 and 2, the committee can decide if you want to actually earmark or
Earmark.
footnote or,
Okay.
say that X amount of dollars are for each of these programs.
Could you remind us when we get to that discussion to just review that might be something we want to discuss?
We will surely be discussing that, which is why I made the reference to it may still be in HB2. Representative Popovich, you have a question? No, I'm good. Okay. Other comments, concerns? Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
So now, is there a motion?
Happy to make a motion to retain HB 716.
Yeah, so retain on HB 716 as amended by the House.
All right. Representative Popovich,
Aye.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy, yes. Chair Weiler? Yes. Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips?
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will close the work session on HB 716. And do we have any other discussion before I close the work session altogether?
I'm tempted to use the next 2 hours to talk, but we'll just stop.
Anything else?
Oh,
No.
Even about 3 hours, I guess.
I'll close, I'll close the work session.
thank you, good to see you again.
So, since it is 1 p.m., I'd like to call this work session open, and we'll start with the EFA discussion at 1 p.m. You're more than welcome to share the desk. And basically, this being a work session, we'll be obviously happy to hear from anything you have to say, and then I'm sure we'll have lots of questions. Thank you.
Great. I'm Kate Baker Demers. I'm the Executive Director of Children's Scholarship Fund. We administer our existing Education Tax Credit Scholarship Program. This is Matt Southerton, our Director of Policy and Compliance, that came along with me. I brought some packets in the email. It asked us to give an overview of the ETC program and the EFA program. So Matt will hand out the packets for you that we brought about the ETC program, and we can start there. That's a quick one. And then we brought some packets about the EFA program, and we hope that we have enough information to answer any question that you could possibly even come up with. So we're amicable to doing that for sure. So the Education Tax Credit Program, just quick background, was passed by the legislature in 2012. Currently, there are 827 children participating. That's this year for 24-25. You'll see that on your top sheet. It is 2.4 million in scholarships. All of those dollars are raised by human beings going out and asking people to donate to the scholarship fund. What the legislature did create was we can offer a business that donates to us a tax credit of 85%, so a portion of their donation, against their business enterprise and their business profits tax. So page 2 comes from the Department of Revenue, and that shows you the amounts of credits that have been issued by the Department of Revenue over the course of the program. It seems like we are stabilizing now. If you look at that top sheet I sent you with all the pretty colors, you'll see kind of our trajectory from 2016 to now at the bottom. We're stabilizing in that $2 to $3 million range. That seems to be what we're able to comfortably raise annually. You'll notice we've been in that $2 to $3 million range since 2021, 2022. And so if you were looking to project dollars for the ETC, it would be safe to project dollars in that range, unless we add more fundraisers, which we don't have any intention to do. That's what it will look like continuously. The way that program works as well is the legislature wrote that we could use up to 10%, similar to the EFA for administrative costs. So it doesn't really afford that many humans as far as fundraising employees go, but that's what we would have to do to increase that dollar amount. I also included in the package, more just for your information, a copy of our annual report, which is filed with the Department of Revenue. So to do this work, we apply to the Department of Revenue, and we have to meet some criteria every year. Once you're an operating scholarship organization, the criteria is meeting all of the requirements of the law. And so when we file those annual reports every year, we have to meet all the requirements of the law, and then they'll reapprove us annually to continue to do the work. And so it really is a sense of pride for us that we have been approved every year to continue to do it. We continue meeting the requirements of the law, working collaboratively with the Department of Revenue, and they haven't had any concerns or need for concern for this entire, 12 years now, I guess, right? 2013 was the first year to now we're in 2025. Can you imagine that? I'm going to get some gray soon. We're waiting for it. So that is the Education Tax Credit Program as a whole. There's been some debate or discussion, and we can go right into the EFA program if you want to, and Matt can hand out the packets for that, but yeah.
Maybe first check
Sure.
if anybody has questions about the ETC. While we are still fresh, it's still fresh in our minds.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, great.
It's interesting on your colorful paper. It's a pretty even distribution across grades.
Yeah, it
There's
is.
the bump in second grade and I guess in third grade, and I was wondering if you just want to speak to that. And the other question is, how many students how many get scholarships year after year after year? Is this
So we've
are
been
these all
able
the
to
same
fund,
kids?
we've been able to fund every returning child every year. We've been able to raise enough. That's kind of our yardstick, right? We don't want to move a child and tell them they're going to get a scholarship and then not kind of keep our word year after year. So every year we've been able to raise enough to fund the returning kids. After we do that, then we open it up to new people and we add additional students to be able to do that. So that's good. What I do notice is that, you'll notice at the difference between 8th and 9th grade percentages, there are people who exit the scholarship program to attend their area high schools. As you know, in New Hampshire, our local public high schools are very popular for the sports you want to do and to be part of your community. And so we do see children exit at 8 to go to their area public high school. It seems like too, if you're a gifted and talented student, when you're in high school, you can choose more accelerated courses, right? They exist for you. But if you're a gifted second grader, you might need a different school to be able to get you to be able to move at your pace. So we notice things like that overall. Predominantly, people come to us in the middle of the year for bullying, or they experience some sort of discrimination. They want to go to a different building. Sometimes people will come more at the beginning of the year because, again, they're looking for a totally different type of environment. You have a little boy who has autism, who is struggling in a traditional classroom and needs to go to the Montessori school, right? Those kinds of things are very common reason for someone to come to us at the beginning of the year, and then also common for families to exit and go to their traditional high school nearby.
Are they all going to a private school, or will some of this go for homeschooling too? or
That's
is it just
right.
all
You can
private school?
see, yes. So a portion of the kids are in private school and a portion of the kids are in homeschool. So you'll notice in the stats box, you can see there's a different amount. The legislature said the average scholarship should be lower for homeschoolers than your regular schoolers. And so there's a portion. I'll show you how it breaks out if you want. If you go to that annual report, there's a list of all the school scholarships by school here, and the homeschoolers count as one school. So you can see them on, where are they? Homeschool. 108 homeschoolers out of the total, okay? So it's usually about 25% or so of the total student population in any given year will be homeschoolers. And the constraints around that money is they can use it for their homeschool expenses. You can't use it for your parents' time. Obviously, you can't pay yourself with this. And you can't use it for athletics, and you can't use it for transportation. That's how you guys wrote that law in 2012. Can you imagine? Way back, dinosaurs walking the earth in 2012. About 25% in any given year are families that are homeschoolers, yeah. We also do see people who don't want to use the EFA in this program that are homeschoolers, that don't want to use the EFA because the EFA has so many constraints. They would prefer to use the money we raise that is private money, so to speak. And so there's a group of homeschoolers like that, about 17 families in the ETC program that don't want to do EFA.
That just triggered a follow-up question. Are there families who do both the ETC and EFA?
Yes, that's the beginning of our next conversation.
Okay.
Yes. So in you want to hand out the EFA packets?
Before that, a
You
couple
have-
of ETC
Okay,
questions, if
great.
we may.
Yeah, sure. I'll go there after.
No worry. One of them is a very small thing. When you
Okay.
printed the report, I think landscape would have been nicer because the zip codes and the
Oh,
counts
fair
of
enough.
total paid ended up on a totally separate page.
Fair.
And I was looking at your amounts. If you look at your colorful page on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
We have fewer awards for more money in the last year, 23-24, that you are reporting on.
Yes.
Is there any...
The report that you have is year end.
Right.
When we print it, this is the beginnings of the year. Yes. So it should reconcile out by year ends.
I'm not sure I understand. So the table on the bottom, right?
Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 4.
You have 1323 people in 2020 to 23, and
So
then
they
3 million.
They didn't pull the exits. So children do exit. Yeah, that's the difference of reconciling out the exits when they did the sheet.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
And one very last question. You are saying 50% eligible for the free and reduced lunch on the colored page and 60% in the ED5. Is the ED5 for a different time period than the
Exactly.
one that you printed
Correct.
on?
Yes, this is the year we're in.
Yeah.
The EDO5 is last
Years
year. 'cause
before
it's-
that.
That's right.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So I'm good on the ETC. Is there anybody else? Any questions? Oh, go ahead, please, Representative.
Glad to
Dillon.
see you guys again.
Hi.
Question on your donors. Are
Great.
they mostly businesses or are they private individuals that are doing most of the
It's about 90% business.
90%?
Yes.
Because of the tax credits. they
Yes.
get.
And if you want to
Which is
look at
beautiful.
who's donating, you can go to our website and we publish our annual report and they're all listed in there. But yes, It is about 90-10.
90/10.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. I think we are all set. If you want to move to the ETA and remember to follow up with Representative Hackens Phillips.
And who has the packets to hand out? Mickey already passed them out. Oh, you did? Okay, great. So in your packet, skip over the top 2 pages and we'll address that question of, if you go to this, the Moyo family is a great example. So there's 2 family stories in here of people that are stacking. And I know there's a lot of debate around whether we should be able to be allowed to do that or not. That's your decision for sure. But I wanted you to understand how the families are using those ETC scholarships if they're in the EFA program. So the Moyo family is a family who would otherwise qualify for free lunch. Okay, so that's their, that would be 100% of they're 100% of the poverty line or below, but they have 2 children who attend private schools, and the private school tuitions are $7,500 and $6,500. Their EFA, even with the free and reduced lunch differentiated aid, is $5,600. And so we would give that type of family a small scholarship. Remember, the ETC scholarship average is only, like DRA says, that can be a maximum of $3,000 all put together. So those scholarships are usually around $2,500. We would give a family like the Moyos a scholarship to make up that gap, so that they wouldn't be in a position where they had their EFA and then they couldn't come up with the per month tuition bills to make up that gap. And there's 2 families in here just like that for you to see what that looks like.
And if I may quickly interject, I'm assuming that situations like this are based on the income level of the family and
Exactly.
demonstrated need. This type of stuff wouldn't be available to somebody who could easily afford the private tuition if they wanted to.
Well, currently, for example, the ETC program has lower income limits than the EFA. So we would, number 1, be constrained by that. And then number 2, be constrained also by the targeting of the ETC. So the reports and what the Department of Revenue is checking in the ETC is, as you've noticed, the number of free and reduced lunch children has to be above 40% in that program. And the program is also targeted to switchers, meaning a kid coming from public school moving to private school. So if you're a low income family and you're coming from a public school, you're going to end up in that number 1 bucket in the ETC. You've also noticed that the fundraising in the ETC is around $2 or $3 million a year. And so since we run out of money every year, we have to prioritize the families that are going to help us, right, to file that report and meet the requirements of the law, which are low-income kids that are moving from public school. And so the Moyos coming to us as a low-income family would be in that top bucket to be able to get a scholarship. If you were above the income limits for the ETC, you would automatically not get a scholarship. And then in addition, we wouldn't be prioritizing you to get the scholarship money. I mean, the donors donating want to be able to help families exactly like this to be able to bridge those gaps. So it's donor intent, and it's also the constraints. You guys designed that program really well.
Thank you.
So now we're on the EFA discussion, and I thought that it made the most sense to kind of give you an overview of this, like I gave you an overview of the ETC program. You know, this one was a law passed in 2021, and it was the families in the pandemic that really drove this into being when the schools were closed and they were trying to get tutors and technology and whatnot to be able to meet their needs. In that time period, many families moved to private schools that were open or started their own homeschool co-ops during the pandemic to try and meet their children's needs. Those were the families that were demanding really that something like this be passed. And so that's why it exists. And you'll see a lot of that as we go through this discussion. The income limits on this program are slightly higher than the ETC. This is 350% of poverty line or below. The eligibility is also different than the ETC in that this one says you have to be a child who's otherwise eligible to enroll in your primary or secondary school, which, just so you know, means you're 5 years old by September 30th. That's when you could enroll in kindergarten. Or you haven't graduated yet and you're up to the age of 21, is it, Matt? And 22 now if you have a special need. So if you have an IEP or special needs child, you can stay in school or in the EFA program until you're 22, and then you would age out. So that's what it looks like. You can't use an EFA if you're full-time in your district public school or full-time in a charter school. And all of you know already that this is the Child's Adequate Education Grant traveling from the Education Trust Fund. So it couldn't go in two places. It could only go in one place. To that end, though, you did design in this law the stabilization grants, or what do they call them? The grant that goes to the public school anyway if the child leaves, and that goes, I think, until 2026. So you are, in fact, paying for them twice in this and those grants that you give for a certain period of time. And then after, a certain number of years, then you pay for them once in the money following the child into the EFA. So this is the same money, could go to a public school if they were there, could go to a charter school if they were there, can go to the EFA if they're there. If they move to a different town, for example, if you move from Manchester to Bedford, this money would go from Manchester to Bedford. Yeah.
By all means,
Yeah,
please.
I'm happy to
represent
take
everybody.
questions.
You're asking, you mentioned the age limit, aging out at.
Yes.
20.
Yeah.
Who's using this once beyond high school?
No one. You have, once
Right,
you've graduated, yes, once you've graduated, you're out of this, the
Yeah,
EFA.
so do
Yeah.
we actually have a lot of students who are 21 years old and still in high school?
Special education.
Only special education,
Okay.
only kids with IEPs. Yes, we do have one student who is aging out of the program this year who is an IEP, who has an IEP. Yes.
And funds are swept as soon as a student graduates.
Yeah. So that's the end. In some states, they've made it so the funds go into like Coverdell's or college accounts. But when you guys were discussing this, nobody thought that was a good idea. Everybody thought, just put it back in the Education Trust Fund. We need the money, right? So there you go. Yeah. So that's how that is. So because the income limits are 350% of poverty line or below, every family is applying with their tax return or their financial documentation. So if you have a 1040 and you use a 1040, your regular tax return, that's what you give us to prove your residency, your household size, and your adjusted gross income to be able to qualify for the program. If you're a family who is a low-income family who might be subsiding on TANF and SNAP, then your TANF and SNAP documents are sufficient to qualify you. You know that a family that gets food stamps qualifies for SNAP, also qualifies for free and reduced lunch. That's the piece that families reapply for every year. So while we might let them in at the first gate with their tax return, they've qualified. In the next year, they continue giving us their financial information if they want to continue qualifying for free and reduced lunch, okay, because you have to qualify for that annually. If you don't want to qualify for that money, you can just reapply by proving your residency and then providing us with, remember, each of these families has to provide us with a record of educational attainment, it's called. They have to do a standardized test, either the statewide assessment or a standardized test that's nationally normed, like you'll think of the Iowa or the CAT or the iReady, or have their portfolio evaluated by a teacher at a non-public school or a certified teacher. And so when you're requalifying in that second year, if you don't want to apply for the special ed differentiated aid, where you would need an IEP or a diagnosis from a qualified professional, and you don't want to apply for free and reduced lunch, then you could do the record of educational attainment and the residency qualification and stay in the program. When we're doing that application process,
If you want to hang on for a second.
yeah, I can answer questions. Absolutely. I like it. I prefer interactive, just so you know.
Oh, well, thank you.
Go ahead.
Around the accountability, can you speak more directly about, especially, pertaining to homeschoolers, because who's there to do the accountability? And
So you're talking about academic accountability?
how
Yeah.
do you know these kids are actually learning anything?
Sure.
And the second thing is, what happens if they do not reach that attainment? What do you do with that family, that child?
Yeah. Do you want to pull out the list of what their families are doing?
So I don't have that list. with
Oh,
me.
you don't? Okay, hold on, I do. Yeah,
So we're required by law.
I get it. Get my bag. Go ahead, start, you can talk.
Okay, so we're required by law to produce aggregated scores for the Department of Education. We don't make value judgments on what the parents do with those scores. However, we believe
Just
that's
have one copy, but you could pass it. Get
what Kate's giving Mickey right now is a breakdown of the different methods that the parents use to assess their student scores.
I'm gonna make a copy. Awesome. Yeah. So in essence, the way we look at this, Representative Murray, is the parent is the driver in this program. So they're the ones that are deciding, I'm going to homeschool this year, I'm going to go to a private school next year, I'm going to go to a charter school the year after that, I'm going to go to a public school the year after that, I'm going to go back to a private school the year after that. And they're using the test scores to inform their decisions and the information from the teacher to inform their decisions. And so the role that we play in this is the compliance piece, where we're making sure they're meeting the requirements of the law, which is to take the test and prove to us that they've done it, or to get their portfolio evaluated by the teacher and show us that they've done it. I haven't seen a portfolio evaluation letter that tells me the child has not made growth that's appropriate for their grade, or have I seen a score that caused me any kind of alarm? As a matter of fact, remember, most of these kids in the program are participating in a private school, and the test scores in our private schools look like Bedford. You know, those kids are scoring 85th percentile or above, like Hanover or Bedford. So the scores look like that. They look like what we know about these kids, that they're in our private schools in New Hampshire and the private schools score high, that they're, you know, the SAT scores are high, the portfolio evaluations say it's appropriate for the grade. Otherwise, again, we're directing the parent to use this information to make educated decisions about the pathways that they determine for their child. I have heard from parents that said, I feel like my child needs to be better at reading. I'm going to use the EFA to get a reading tutor so my child can improve in this area. And so it really is a holistic review for the parent so that they can make the educational decisions. Our role is to make sure they're doing what they're required to do by law, collect that data, and, you know, provide it to you like this.
If I may briefly build on the same question, I'm looking at this handout that we just got, and it seems to be roughly 50-50 between parents who use standardized tests and parents who use portfolios of work. Obviously, standardized tests are standardized, so it's easy to evaluate there. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more? You know, you look at portfolios of work, you know, just in broad terms, how do you measure progress on a portfolio of work in general?
You'd have to be a teacher, a certified teacher, or a teacher in a non-public school to judge that. And I'm neither of those things. And so I would just tell you that I've read them, and I know they say this child has shown growth that's appropriate for their age. I couldn't tell you what a teacher would look at. I would assume, again, that a teacher would look at, if they're telling me the child is making growth commensurate with their ability and their age, that they're looking at approximately to be grade level appropriate items. I also know that we are tracking the children by grade. We're saying this child's in kindergarten, then first, then second, then third. I sometimes will see the families using a test score for a higher grade. You know, they'll say, well, my child is in third grade, but they're doing fifth grade work, so I'm fifth grade CAT testing them. And so I do see that happen where the teacher or the family seems to apply to the student the appropriate academic work for their developmental level instead of their aged grade level. And I think that makes good sense to me.
But basically, the evaluation is made by somebody who is, you know, teaching the kid. You guys just review that it exists and look at them overall to see if there are any flags of concern. You are not equipped nor required to individually assess every kid or any of that.
It really is a compliance activity. Yes.
And in
yes.
terms of compliance, you put a mechanism in the law where if they don't provide us with that data, we are supposed to report to the Department of Education on August 1st any students that did not comply with that, and we are prohibited from putting any additional funds into the EFA account.
Yeah. So we're the compliance monitors. We're the hall monitors over here. You know, the police making sure you're not speeding.
A very popular position.
Yeah.
Please proceed, Representative Murray.
Thank you. Good question. Yeah. Good question. Good question. So we were talking about the application. Was there a question you had about our application processing? Because that's what I covered. I don't want to move on if anyone has any questions about how we process applications. Oh, I was going to go on to talk about the state database and how we assign the children a SASD. Some people say to me, how do you know that a child is not in their public school and in the EFA at the same time, right? And we do have a statewide student information system, which you might already know about. It is currently called I4C, and they're moving to a new platform called IDEX. But in that, every student in New Hampshire who participates in an EFA looks like a public school student. They get one of those state identifiers, and we can cross-reference this data with the data of the children that are sitting in the seats, of course, not with any information, right? Just by number, so that it looks anonymous until you try and go search for. So we can cross-reference our data, and we do this 4 times a year with the data of the children in the seats in the public schools and the charter schools, so that we can find any what the Department of Ed calls anomalies, and then reconcile those anomalies so that we know that a family is in the EFA who belongs in the EFA. If they transfer back to public school, right, they're exiting the EFA. And we have to all get our dates right. If they exit the EFA on October 31st and they go to public school on November 1, right, we'd have to make sure we exit them on that date, and et cetera. So it's a constant back and forth between us and the Department of Ed. And of course, all the public schools in the state and charter schools already do this, making sure that all of the students are in the right, I don't want to call them buckets because it's kind of mean for kids, but buildings, so to speak, even though our program isn't a building. Yeah.
Can you correct me? I've got something bugging my brain.
Okay, fun.
That there was some certain conditions where I want to say the EFA students, and I'm wondering if I'm conflating it with home students who aren't EFAs, although I don't know if any of those even exist, but they do make use of a public school for some services. And so
Great question.
there are EFA students
Great
in
question.
public
That's right.
school,
Yes.
which is an anomaly. And
Yes.
can you address, what
You
happened?
can use your EFA to pay for public school tuition at a district that's not your own. Okay. And people have been doing that in New Hampshire all over the place. I don't know if you know how much that actually happens, where you'll be in a town and the next town over, they have a STEM program that you want to attend. And you call the school and you say, hey, I want my child to attend your district school instead of mine. What would you charge me? And the school says, we're going to charge you X. For example, there's a school in Gilsum called Gilsum STEAM, where kids are tuitioned in from all over the place and parents are paying, and I think it's only $6,000 a year. So you can use your EFA to pay an out of district public school. You also can go to your local district and ask if you can participate in classes and courses. You can't be full-time public school and full-time EFA, but you can be an EFA student and then go back to your public school and purchase a class or course with your EFA dollars. That's one of the allowable categories. For example, I watched some teenagers go to their local public high schools and pay for the AP classes. So some of the classes they were doing at the community college, some classes they were doing online, some classes they were doing at their local public high school. They wanted those AP classes they had, so they were paying them a little bit of tuition, and the district just came up with the dollar amount that the family should pay, and they were using the EFA to pay for those classes and courses. So it's been really cool to watch kids choose different, we call them education providers now, instead of talking about schools, choose different education providers for different types of educational needs, and then create these really creative programs. Because I think that just sounds like a blast.
And
I wish that existed when I was a kid, right?
Yeah, I think it's also good to highlight the fact that public schools are flexible and accommodate these kids and try to find a solution that works for everybody. I think that deserves a lot of recognition too.
Yeah, and the kids love it. I mean, you might want to, so I've watched kids go to the public schools for the more accelerated, math and science type classes. Maybe in that family, the parent thought, that's out of my league, and so I want them to go for that. You also watch a lot of little elementary school kids who will go to their local public school for art and music, which just sounds like a great time to me, right? Going over and having art class and enjoying your peers. And so, yes, it's a very nice arrangement that the fact that you made that a category allowable under the law makes a lot of sense to me.
Can you explain something perhaps I misheard? I thought I heard you say you cannot be a full-time public school student and have full-time EFA.
That's right. You have
Is there such a
unless
thing
you're
as a-
out of district.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes.
Is there such a thing as a part-time EFA?
No, you would be the EFA student would be going and taking a class or two at their local district. Okay, so you'd be full-time EFA, but you'd be using your EFA money to buy classes and courses from your local district if you were participating there. Okay, yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. So I talked about the SACIDs. So we look like the EFA program, if you look at it, just looks like a giant district in the way we do all of our reporting. So once we assign that SACID, the child becomes eligible for the EFA. And then we're giving the Department of Ed 6 reports a year. A beginning of the year report in October, which is one of those reconciliation reports like I talked about, an end of the year report, which is when we do our end of the year reconciliation. And you'll see the exits and graduating kids when we get to our audit. I can point that out to you. And then we do 4 times a year enrollment reports. So we look just like a district, getting an installment of adequate education grants, September 1, November 1, January, and April. And before each of those, we give the report to the Department of Ed. I say give, we're using the statewide database information system and putting the report in the system. We're doing that 30 days before each of those payments, and the family's deadline is 2 weeks before that, when they have to have a completed application to get in. Okay, so that's what it looks like, those installments. So which is why when I was discussing earlier a child coming in and going out, right? You might come in, then you'll exit, you won't be in the next enrollment report. The charter schools look similar. The EFA and the charter schools are all paid in real time. I don't know if you know, but your districts are paid a year in arrears. We're not like that. Our stuff is all in real time. And now I'm going to go, so after we get that, so say we're at September 1, the Department of Ed has received our report. They've calculated the grant amounts, given it back to us. We take that award and we put it in a digital wallet. The platform is called Class Wallet. You might have heard that word bounced around. What Class Wallet is a platform that we log into, that the families can log into on their end, and their child's grant amount sits in the digital wallet. We use that so that we can, again, remember the bad cops here, so that we can regulate it to be sure that the families are meeting the requirements of the law. So they can't do anything with it. Everything comes to us. That they do something, it comes to us, we approve it. I'm just going to stop talking and go to Matt because he's much better at explaining this. So, Matt.
So I am the nerdy rules guy here. So the role of the compliance team is to ensure that EFA funds are spent properly, right? So we have 7 members of the compliance team. All members are trained, and they receive training in the following resources: that the EFA law, administrative rules, the state contract, program policies, parent handbook, and the Class Wallet platform. To date, we've processed over 169,000 orders, 153,000 orders have been approved, 16,411 orders have been rejected. So we have about a 10.6% rejection rate. All Class Wallet orders are held in an order approval queue until the order is reviewed. An order may be approved, denied, placed on incomplete, or on hold. Will we request more information?
So can I take a sidebar, because I'm seeing a little confusion on everyone's face. So if your child is attending private school and you want to pay your private school, you create an order in Class Wallet that has your bill that you want to pay to the private school. So I'm Mary, and my children go to where the Moyos go, St. Joe's in Manchester. And I want to pay for Sally, my child, at St. Joe's. I go to St. Joe's and I say, I want to pay you with my EFA. They give me my bill that I owe them. I bring it to my Class Wallet account. I go to Mary's account. I log into, I go to my child's account. When I'm in my child's EFA digital wallet, I'm saying, I want to pay St. Joe's. You can pick it from a list and put it in the order. And I want to pay them $2,000 because that's all I have, because I only have my first installment here. But my bill's $6,000. I put my bill in there showing that I want to pay them this amount, and then it goes to Matt, not Matt, but the compliance team. And they're going to look at it. So that's how this order he's saying is created. It's created by the parent who's saying, I want to do X with this money.
And essentially, there are 3 methods of using EFA funds in Class Wallet. There's the marketplace order, which is an online marketplace of approved EFA vendors. There's a direct pay order where a parent can essentially upload an invoice of EFA approved vendors. And then there's the reimbursement mechanism that you all put into the law. And all EFA, in order to submit a reimbursement order, the vendor needs to be EFA approved as well. That process actually takes more time than direct pay or marketplace orders, but I would say that we manage it pretty well.
Yeah, and the marketplace order, so you understand what that looks like. It's stores that are in this closed loop. So everything in this Class Wallet platform is like a closed loop. You can't get anything in or out without using the Class Wallet tools. And so you can go into your child's, remember I have Mary, I have Sally's my child. I'm in Sally's account and I want to get paper, okay? I can go to Staples while I'm in there. I can say while I'm at the Staples store, I want to buy these 3 notebooks and this box of pencils. Then it's in a cart. Then the cart goes to the team and the team's looking at the cart to say, is this allowable or unallowable under the law? Is it for the particular child? For example, if you were in there and you can go to Amazon. That's why you'll notice when everyone's always talking about the expenses, there's so much at Amazon. It's built into the system. If you went to Amazon and you bought a math textbook for Sally, I'm going to tell you, Sally's in 2nd grade, okay? And Sally's brother's in 6th grade, okay? Just so you know. And I'm Mary, and I went in there, and I, by mistake, was in the 6th graders thing, and I should have been in the 2nd graders thing. I put the 6th graders textbook in the cart for Sally, but Sally's in 2nd grade. That would get rejected.
Right.
Because you would say, okay, this textbook isn't for Sally, because Sally should be in 2nd grade. They do have a notes box. Yes, there's quite a few kids who are above and below the grade levels in this program. That's why they're here, right? Because they don't fit in the box. They need to do something different. But the parent could say, Sally is a gifted reader, so I'm buying her this 5th grade textbook because that's her level that she's working at in reading. Then we would say, okay. If it was blank, we would say not okay. Because parent, you have to tell us that the 6th grade textbook actually is for Sally, or the parent says we reject it and they say, oops, you're right. I was in the wrong kid's bucket and I should have toggled to the other child to put the grade book, 2nd grade book in the other child. And so when Matt says we've done 169,000 of these things, boy, oh boy, let me tell you.
And each method has an individual checklist per method on what metrics, what individual requirements are for that. So for example, every direct pay order, every reimbursement order requires certain fields on that receipt. They have to be itemized. We need the date, we need the vendor name, we need the student name, first name, last name. We need, for if it was a direct pay order for an invoice due, we need that amount due on there. If it's a reimbursement, we need the exact date that it was paid, how much it was paid. So that's why we have about a 10.6% rejection rate, because an order can be rejected for any number of reasons. There could be an error on the receipt. There could be missing information. The item could not be allowable. We have if you look in the parent handbook, we have a list of prohibited items on there, household items. You can't buy paper towels. You can't buy, a lawnmower. So a lot of people criticize the program for that, but we have a detailed prohibited items list and category.
Oh, come on.
list.
Even if I'm trying to teach my kid mechanics?
No,
I'm kidding.
sorry. Yes.
Quick question, though.
You can definitely get a mechanics book, a book on mechanics.
Or your student can enroll in a CTE.
When we talked about special education earlier, we learned about the Department of Education vetting those expenses, but obviously they were only looking at the nature of the expense, not the amount. Based on everything you say, that's what you guys do too, right? You are not the judges of whether the price is reasonable. You're just looking to see that it is an allowable educational expense.
If it's a qualified
But you
expense in
cannot
the
go
law.
beyond that. You cannot say, oh my God, why are you paying 10,000 tuition when it could be 2,000?
We absolutely cannot make value judgments. Correct.
I appreciate. I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of on the same footing between those, because frankly, I'm more worried about the special education, but it's good to understand how the entire system works in terms of those rules.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Can you talk a little bit about the appeals process now? Because I think they might understand now how a parent could appeal our decision if.
So we are required by law to have an appeals process. We have a 2-step appeals process. We have an internal appeals process and an external appeals process to the Parent and Education Service Provider Oversight Commission. The internal appeals process, step 1, If the parent decides that, they don't agree with our decision, whether it's student eligibility for the program or an expense, they don't believe, they believe that that expense is eligible, they can appeal internally using that process outlined in our policy and our parent handbook. They email us, they provide documentation why they believe that this is an educational expense. We review that appeal, we make our determination, we adjudicate that appeal, yes or no. If we determine it's not an eligible expense, they can escalate that to the parent and provider oversight and advisory commission. And then to date, we've only had two families use that appeal process. That provider commission, they decided that, we made the right decision and they denied both of those appeals.
Because what we do try to do is give people alternatives.
Yeah,
of
we
course,
provide due
right?
process,
Yeah,
right?
And if somebody wants to do something, so you're talking about mechanics, right? If you want to do something, we might tell you you can't buy all the tools that you would need to do that, but here's some programs you could sign up for where you could have the same experience and it could be allowable, right? So we do tend to, again, we are, I want to just remind you how we get paid in this, okay? Remember that you're sending these adequate education grants to us for the families, and we are paid from that money, okay? So you'll see when we get to the audit discussion that our admin fee was 7.97. And so that's coming from the parent. The parent is in fact paying us to do this work from their child's adequate education grant. And so we do work for them and see it that way and want to provide them with the level of service that they need to be able to make good decisions for their child and help them navigate this world. You might come to us and it's the first time you've been in the driver's seat as a parent. It's the first time you're thinking about, I could be doing all of these different types of, using all these different types of education providers. One of our staff members who's great at customer service, has been promoted at this point. Her title is Education Opportunity Navigator, and she sets up appointments with parents who are trying to figure out what kinds of things work for their child, and will take hours talking to them about this mapping, right? Educationally mapping the pathways for their children. So yes, we are rejecting 10% of the orders, but when we do reject, we try and tell the family the thing that they could do that's close to what they're trying to accomplish to help them reach those goals with their child.
Right, and it could be rejected just because there isn't a date on the receipt.
Sure.
I think the lawnmower example.
We
I'm
have a
sorry.
question, if you don't mind.
That's the hardest thing for me to sell to my constituents when I talk to them about this, is they feel like parents are using the money and it's not being approved properly. So I'm happy to hear that you have such great guidelines.
That I'm the bad cop. So
Yeah, that you are such
Yeah.
bad cops,
Yeah.
because I think a lot of them want to use it, but their neighbors are bullying and saying, oh, you're going to spend money on things that shouldn't be spent on. So thank you.
Thank you. So the lawnmower example is a great example. And the reason a lawnmower wouldn't be approved is because, we view EFA accounts as awarded on an individual per pupil basis, and something like a lawnmower or a large screen TV is not for the child, right? It could be used by the full family. So that's how we would view this. A student can buy an individual, a laptop computer for them to do their education. The administrative rules say you can purchase one every 3 years, right? And we log those computers. They say, when can we purchase a new computer for my child? And I'll look it up and I'll say, 6 more months, you can buy that computer.
But you can't do household items because it's
Right.
not for the child.
Right. I can't buy what is the big mixer?
Oh yeah, for example,
KitchenAid mixer.
If you want to do a cooking lesson for your child for science, right? We wouldn't pay for your KitchenAid mixer, right?
But
Because
they
that's a
can
household item.
go
We
take a
also
class.
wouldn't pay for the food,
Right.
right? Because we don't allow food. Okay, but you could get the book that you were going to follow for that class. You couldn't buy your kitchen tools because those are household items. You can't buy furniture, for example, right? You couldn't buy a desk for your child because think about it, a desk is just like a couch, right? A desk isn't an educational item. I'm sitting at a desk right now, but it's not necessary. I could be sitting in that chair and have the same exact experience as sitting at the desk. So it's not an educational item for the child. And the parents do struggle with that. And yes, sometimes they get mad at us.
Now,
when they have some vision in their mind and we say you can't get a desk and they're like, why can't I get a desk is a perfect example, right? Of something you would think we might be able to allow, but it really is furniture for
I
your house.
understand that people
and so
are
we can't
getting
do that.
upset at the people they talk to, but your hands are tied by the language in the statute. So it may not be a bad idea to remind them that we are the ones that create
I mean,
those
what we
rules.
try and do is
there are
help them
400
solve
of
it.
us to take
Yes.
the
Yeah,
angry
exactly.
emails.
That's not the best customer service, though, Representative. We try and help them solve the challenge that they're trying to solve.
Of course, I was just talking about dealing with an inappropriate blaming towards the group.
Give them your number.
I do know that your time is precious. I do
Yeah.
want to add one more caveat because
Okay.
I'm the nerdy rules guy.
Okay.
I am working with a mother whose child has cerebral palsy, and they do require an accommodation. So they do use cushions, sort of things. It's not really a couch, but we will make accommodations for them if they have proper documentation for those
Right, required by their special ed,
Correct.
specific special ed provider who says they absolutely must have this and they have the IEP to back it up. You're right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So it is already, 145. So I would, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And just before you go there, look, of course we want to stick to the schedule, but it's also important to cover everything that needs to be covered.
Sounds
So
good.
don't worry about it. We'll try
Okay.
not to waste time and use every
Okay,
moment.
great.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Representative
great.
Murray.
Thank you. Can you speak to some of the issues where it seems like things have slipped through the cracks and they have been inappropriately, funds? There's the article, and you're quoted in here all the time about the Concord Monitor. Kids going to music camp in Michigan, for instance.
Right.
Those kinds of things where there's been an appropriation, which seems to be totally inappropriate. Students that are taking courses outside of New Hampshire, can you speak to, how that's happened, what you do about that? I do not want to use the word fraud because I tend to think more highly of people than that.
Great.
But I think it's very clear that there have been misuses of funds. And if you can kind of address how you do that, can you explain how you
Absolutely.
support sending a child to music camp in Michigan?
Absolutely. So the law has a list of, can you pull up the core knowledge subjects to read, Matt? You think you have that? Okay. Well, hold on. Let me do that first. So there's a list of subjects the families have to cover. Okay. And in that list of subjects, art and music are in there, and so is PE. Okay. If you're a home educated child, to meet those requirements of the law, you likely don't have access to a PE class like you would think traditionally in a school, or a music class. You have to choose classes and courses that meet those requirements that are otherwise, the same type of thing. For example, you're seeing families doing ski programs. Those are homeschool families using the ski program to meet their physical education requirement. And so the policy decision that you guys can make is whether or not you think that's appropriate. It is allowable. So it wouldn't be fraud or an inappropriate use based on the existing law, because the law has this list of subjects that the families, when they sign into the program, they say, we agree to do all of these things. And so music and PE are both required subjects in the law. And families that are outside of buildings are choosing multiple different types of education providers to meet that requirement. It doesn't have to be something in New Hampshire either. So I'll give you an example of how we approve private schools. So you've got these, take the border of Vermont and Maine and the people that live on those borders, right? You probably know about our interstate compacts that we have even in the public schools, where a kid might travel across the border to go to school every day. If they live in New Hampshire, they go to Vermont and they come back. For those instances, we look to see, is the private school approved by the state Department of Education in the state that the private school is located in? So, for example, if you wanted to take a class at a private school in Vermont, as long as that school is approved by the Department of Ed in Vermont, then we can add them as an approved education provider. And so what that means is that music program that child went to wrote to us and signed up to be an approved EFA provider. We vetted them to make sure that they qualify. They agreed to all of the terms and conditions. They got into that class wallet account so the families could use it to pay it. And the family used it again to meet that music requirement, which in fact they've agreed to do when they signed up for the program.
Just to quickly build on that, you brought up, Michigan music camp. I would assume that the family was responsible for the travel and the
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh, we
That
can't do it.
absolutely.
Yeah, we
the
can't
only
do any of
cost that you guys reimbursed was the actual
Correct, the
tuition
cost.
or camp
That's
cost or
academic
whatever.
portion.
Yes,
The
and you can
academic,
see
okay.
those categories that are allowable in the law. So, for example, you couldn't do any room and board. There's no category for a room and board expense. You could do tuition at something. And so, yes,
And I would
it looks
note
like.
that the ETC prohibits athletics, by the way. So, I mean, you
the
could,
ETC does, but not the EFA.
Right.
But you could have done that if you
Right.
wanted to in your program design. Yeah.
Go ahead. She did, of course, welcome.
Great question, too. Thank you for the good question.
Hi.
Yeah.
No worry, we are aware, we appreciate you being here. Trust me, if you ask something that's already on tape, we'll let you know.
So I'm wondering if you want to go to, oh, you have
Hang on
questions?
for a moment, let's accommodate Representative Kelly, go
Okay,
ahead.
hi, Representative Kelly. Welcome to the party.
Hi, thank you. I've been waiting for this party and then I had to miss some of it. I'm sorry, we had county that we were doing this morning, so. So you've already gone through how the wallet account works. I might go back to that, and I'm sorry, but I do understand that the money in the EFA account is non-lapsing and can roll over to the next year. Is there a limit to the number of years that rollover can happen?
it's swept once the student graduates or leaves the EFA.
Draws.
So potentially you could have a 10-year or 12-year rollover.
You could,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, people use it, but yes, you conceivably, hypothetically, yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Until, I understand that this is until age 18 or
Yeah,
graduation.
you've got, yeah, some people do, I
so-
notice, some people do save for high school tuition. I've seen a couple of families. So if people don't use their accounts, we call them because we wonder if they're just lost people, right? So if somebody isn't logged into their Class Wallet account and tried to pay some tuition or tutor or something, we call them to find out, do you need help? Because remember, they're using pretty advanced technology here to have to use the money. And there have been a couple of families who said, I'm going to send my child to private high school X. Private high school X costs this much, and I am saving for that child to go to this, expensive private high school.
Okay, so at the, I'm going to step back to, okay, so 18 happens, they graduate, there's money left in the account.
Yeah.
So how does that get returned to the state?
Great. So we'll take a sidebar. Do you have one of these packets? Did you give? Okay, great. So head over to our audit, which is towards the end, okay? We do an annual reconciliation. So the thing you missed, Representative Kelly, is the 6 reports that we do for the Department of Ed every year. We do 4 AOYs, which are enrollment reports. We do at the beginning of the year and an end of the year report. And in our end of the year report is a reconciliation. So if you go all the way to the audit, you'll
Page
see this-
16 for the
Yes,
record.
Yes, exactly. It says note J, okay? You can see that line right there, less funds due to state of New Hampshire. That's our year-end reconciliation where any of the children that have exited or graduated, we return those, we sweep the money from their Class Wallet account and return it to the state. And we do that by child, by payment. And I can tell you it's a very large book. Mickey would like it. Spreadsheet.
I'm very surprised. It adds up to $1 million. I would have thought parents would,
It's also cumulative, you'll remember, right?
of course,
Yes.
of course, but still,
Yes.
it's, anyway.
Yes, so
parents'
that's
decisions.
cumulative.
I'm not going to complain about getting money back that
Yes.
parents didn't use, so.
Yes, that's right. And it goes back into the Education Trust Fund. The law says actually to fund other EFA accounts, just so you know. Yeah. Yeah.
So I make sure I misunderstood.
Yeah.
So is it conceivable that a person, in first grade or not, a family with a first grader could apply for an EFA
Yeah.
and not use it?
It's
For second grade,
hypothetically
third
possible.
grade, fourth
Yes,
grade,
it's-
fifth grade,
it's
seventh
unusual,
grade, eighth
but-
grade, until they get to ninth grade. So they're just taking this money and using it basically as a personal savings account.
It is, they are called education savings accounts. That is the policy design.
The
Yeah.
EFA, we're talking about the.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They can
Yes,
go to
it's-
12th grade.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very unusual. They could, to your point, Representative Kelly, they could get the EFA dollars, leave them in the Class Wallet account, graduate, and we would give them all back. right? So I mean, conceivably, yes, you could become part of the EFA program and not use it and then graduate and we would put it all back. That doesn't happen. The families are spending the money, to your point, as you saw in the Concord Monitor article, right? The families are definitely spending the money.
So what if a student accrues all that money?
Yeah.
It's April, May of their senior year. They
Yeah.
haven't quite graduated yet, and they're still not of age yet.
Yeah.
They have all this money accrued over that whole period of time because
Yeah.
it's rolled over, and they've already been admitted into a college. Can they use that money on a college tuition?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to ask Matt to answer that because he does all that work.
And from
I don't know that.
Excuse me, from what
I
I'm
don't know.
reading in the parent handbook,
Yeah.
They can use it for
can.
dual enrollment. They can't pay tuition ahead of time.
what prevents that?
They could submit an invoice if they were in 12th grade.
Yeah.
And they could take college classes. They can't submit an invoice for next year for their first year of college.
Oh, period of performance.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
So
we
if-
wouldn't. We
If
wouldn't.
I,
pay
I
that.
just want to make sure I understand what's being said, if I may. So what you are saying is that the time when we disburse the funds, the time period in which we disburse the funds has to match the time period in which the educational expense is applied to.
Yeah.
So if a college sends me an advance bill for next fall, because I graduate in July or whatever in
Yeah.
June,
We
nothing past June where the actual work would occur past June could be paid ahead of time. I don't want to put
right.
words in your mouth,
Yeah.
but that's what I
Yeah,
think
we
I
would-
hear
yeah, we
you
would-
say,
we would-
and I think that's what Representative
And again,
Kelly's
this is
trying to
hypothetical. I
understand.
don't think we've seen
no,
that to
it's not
actually be able to adjudicate it, which is why we're both kind of like, huh, we haven't had to adjudicate anything like that. So we haven't seen that. And so it's a hypothetical that is a new idea to us. If you're wondering why we're kind of like,
Okay, well, I
I mean, it's an excellent question.
put it out
Absolutely.
there that
Yeah.
my understanding
Yeah.
from some of these parents is
Yeah.
that they've been told they can accrue this money over a long period of time.
Yeah.
And at the end, because the child has not actually graduated,
they could pay ahead.
they can pay ahead
to the period
tuition.
of performance, they wouldn't be able to do that. So we'll write that in the parent
Yeah,
handbook,
you-
Representative
there's-
Kelly. So you've helped us
there's-
today.
Yeah,
Thank you very
do
much.
Nothing
not
in there.
use this for college
Yeah, you-
tuition.
I would
helped
not
us.
be
Graduate.
surprised
Yeah.
if people misunderstand the rules and offer bad advice, but I think
Yeah.
anybody trying to take that
Yeah.
advice will be
Yeah.
sorely disappointed
Yeah.
and will also have missed on a lot of educational opportunities and just
Yeah.
return the money to the state.
It's
So
clearly articulated that this is K through 12 funding.
Yeah. So
Right.
thank you for that,
But you
Representative
do
Kelly.
have
That's
a
helpful.
list of qualified college.
Yes,
Yeah,
and there
it's
are kids that do
articulated in the
dual
law.
enrollment.
In the yeah, it's articulated in the law.
That is K to 12, yeah. But kids do, while they haven't graduated, take dual enrollment classes quite frequently. There's quite a
is-
few kids who will take a class at the community college, but they're doing that to meet their high school graduation requirements.
we just talked this morning about the CCSNH program. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but some
Yeah.
some of those are college credits, so it is college.
Well,
credits
when you're
that
in high
accrued.
school and you haven't graduated and you take a college class like English composition, it will count for high school credit and college credit. But we don't
college.
hold that against them if they also need it for high school credit. So that, I mean, that's normal. Any high schooler in New Hampshire can participate in those programs. Yeah. So you did make it allowable in the law to use it in that way when you're a K to 12 student, but we hadn't actually ever pondered what you were discussing. And so I think it's reasonable to put that in the parent handbook and just say,
yeah.
you couldn't use this to pay for your traditional, right? If you're going to pay for your next school year and you're graduating, that doesn't make sense. You're
Well,
right.
No
So,
more than
good
you
one.
could pay for, no more than you could pay in advance for, seventh grade in private school. If you're in sixth grade and you have money left over, you couldn't pay for seventh grade because that's next year. So,
Yeah.
of course, because you are still enrolled, you could just
Yeah.
wait until seventh grade starts, but you
Yeah.
couldn't pay it
Yeah.
while you are still in sixth
Yeah.
grade. So,
And yes, yes, and
Right, but that doesn't cross over to
I guess
college.
my main point is to your question, Representative Kelly. There aren't people accruing money like that, and so I think that's why we're having a little bit of difficulty answering your question because families are spending the money fairly expeditiously. They're only getting small amounts. So if you imagine if you have just the base adequate education grant and you don't have special ed, and you don't have free and reduced lunch, you have less than $4,000 divided into 4 payments, September, November, January, and April, and they go 20%, 20%, 30%, 30%, but let's just for all intents and purposes imagine that it's just even, right? You would get $1,000 in September, $1,000 in November, right? And so that's not very much money to save, I guess, if it makes sense, particularly since most of these families, remember, they're like 50% free and reduced lunch families. I mean, they're spending the money basically. So
Well,
it's an unusual
I would
question.
say that
Yeah.
the program hasn't been in place long enough for
Perhaps,
you to
yes.
know what's
Yes.
happening at the end.
Perhaps, yes.
So
Thank you for
that's
that
what I would
advice.
say.
Yeah.
So on page 15 of your parent handbook, there's the very last paragraph. It says enrolling as a full-time student in the resident district public school or not submitting an annual record of educational attainment by July 15th shall result in immediate suspension of payment of additional funds into the student's EFA. So the student is no longer in the EFA program for various reasons. It does say, though, however, an EFA that has been open for at least one full school year shall remain open and active for the parent to make qualifying educational expenses from the remaining funds, the funds remaining in the EFA. So how is it that that works? If the student is no longer
Yeah.
in the EFA, but the account is open, so they can continue, even though they're going back to public school, they can continue to withdraw from the EFA account.
Yeah, that's how the law was written. If a student's has been in the EFA for a year or longer, they're able to retain those funds if there are any funds left over.
Sounds like
So
they
you
might
keep
be.
the money that you're entitled to, so to speak, right? So say, for example, you're there September 1 and you get that September 1 installment, and then you go back to public school before the next installment in November 1. So October 30th, you withdraw and you have $15 left in your account. Remember, that was money that you were entitled to September 1. You were eligible for those funds. So that's why the legislature said you could spend that remaining $15.
It could be a lot more than 15.
Sure,
though.
maybe you would
And-
use it to buy a tutor. I have seen a family use it to pay for tutoring in addition to their public school for a few sessions when they went back. Yeah, but again, remember, they're eligible for that installment. And so that's why the legislature said, you're eligible for it, you can use it.
Didn't
Does
you
that
say
help?
Go ahead.
earlier, though, that money that, with, someone leaves the EFA program, that the money is swept back to the Department of Education?
If they graduate.
Yeah, so it's both and. If it's less than a year, okay, so if you look at our withdrawal form, it says exactly what Representative Kelly is saying. Or you can choose, I want to forfeit and send it back to the state. So it's either or. If you've been in the program for more than a year, you have the opportunity to say, I want to do X. If you haven't, you withdraw and it's swept. So it's both.
And
Does that help?
Representative DeRoy had a question that may help or not.
But it has to be a qualified expense.
Of
That's-
course.
That's
You're
it
still
absolutely.
constrained
Oh,
by the
yeah.
law.
has to be
absolutely.
for qualified, so they can't take it and do something
So-
without it being a qualified.
Right. So let me see if I can summarize because I want to make sure I'm still on board with everything that's being asked. The concern is that we're trying to understand what happens when students are no longer eligible. They left the program for whatever reason, right? And my understanding of what I've heard through now is that if they've been there for less than a year, or if they exit because they graduate, then they have no choice. The money just gets bounced straight back to the state. If they if they have been in the program for at least a year, and theoretically they could be eligible to rejoin back because they're going to public school, but maybe next year they'll come back, then we don't sweep the funds. They remain in their account and they can still use them for educational expenses. There is only one thing that I did not catch that I would like to know, which is, say that we've been getting the first quarterly payment, would those expenses that are eligible are only eligible for the amount of time they were eligible for the EFA? Or they could say, I'm no longer eligible for receiving new funds in the EFA, but I can still use my balance for educational expenses beyond that. I think that's the one
Yes.
thing that I did not get an answer to yet.
And so you have to separate out in your mind the payments from the use, okay?
Right.
Right, because you might be eligible for an installment, right? And your use of it, think about it, your use could go this way forward, right? Regardless of when your payment when you receive it is when you're eligible. Does that make sense? Okay, does that help you? And the family actually has the option they wrote in the law to say, I want to forfeit, which actually is what most people do. They say, I'm leaving.
So
Send it
then
back.
the answer to what I asked
Yeah.
would be that the payments are based on the current eligibility of the student.
Correct.
But if the student has the ability to retain because they've been in the FAs for 1 year and they have not graduated yet,
Yes.
then they do have the option of expending those remaining balances in the accounts for educational expenses further down the road.
You have it exactly right.
Okay.
Yes.
I,
yes.
I just wanted to make sure that we're
Yes.
all on the same page. Does that also answer your question?
Might answer the
Representative Kelly?
question, but it's.
You may not.
It's
Yeah.
not.
No. It's. I think we cannot expect that we'll all necessarily agree with the legislation for now. But I just wanted to make sure that our understanding of what goes on, we are on the same page. I'm sure that there will be places where we'll continue to disagree over it. That's fine. But
Yes, and to that end, there was some surprise by the dollar amount that we refunded, right? And so you can see in that, to your point, Representative Murray, remember you said, oh, wow, that's, it's almost $1 million that we sent back. I mean, that's families saying we want to forfeit or we've exited so it is a substantial amount of money that we're sweeping from the accounts and sending back. If you look at that, it'd be hard to imagine this scenario, again, why it was kind of unusual for us to suggest that they were just rolling it, because it's not something we generally see.
right, since
Yeah.
it's 2:05,
Yeah.
we do have time, and I apologize to the people in the back of the room that came here for the 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Trust me, we are trying to give everybody their time, and we will. But we're trying to wrap this up expeditiously. But please continue to answer because
So speaking to that 1 million or whatever amount of money is hanging around somewhere.
To be returned, the
No,
return
no,
money
just
or the carried
You
forward?
have money
Uh-huh.
somewhere, and I'm sorry, I missed the beginning, so I don't know if it's held by,
So take a look at this page 16 in your packet, and you can also see the carry forward balance there and the amount that was returned. So if you want to talk in
Well, that's-
real
what,
dollars, you
what I
can.
want to know is where is there any interest accrued?
No, it's non-interest bearing. That's required by our
For
contract.
whom?
For anyone. It's in a FBO for the state. So the money is held in a for the benefit of the state account that's non-interest bearing.
Yeah, we're a pass-through entity.
Yes,
We don't
that's
earn
right.
interest on
That's right.
state money.
That's right.
What about the wallet accounts? Do
The
they-
wallet accounts are virtual money. So the money sits in the FBO for the benefit of the state account until we've said yes to an order. Then it would go from there to the provider, education provider.
so
So the
neither you
families-
nor the parents get a cent of interest.
Yeah, right. The money in the accounts is virtual. They're looking at their balance and creating transactions. Then the transactions are fulfilled on the back end. So the money isn't there technically. It's virtual.
Man,
Like you'd look at your online banking balance.
it's a sweet deal for the state.
Well, it would be great. The state should earn interest. but
I was
wouldn't it?
just going to say, the state should be earning.
But no one is earning
I
interest.
think that's a discussion
put
we'll
in the
have with the
contract.
treasurer.
Yeah, well, they put in the contract non-interest bearing FBO account, so that's how it's sitting there. We do also have a service on it for Intrify, which means it's FDIC insured. Okay, so the whole balance is FDIC insured for the entire amount of it, and it's all in an FBO for the state.
Okay, please proceed, Representative Kelly.
Okay. See, I think I'll leave it there because
Okay,
I'm not
great.
sure what you
So
covered.
please, by all means, seriously.
Yeah, just, more, I guess, moving towards the end. So in
got it. Great.
25 and 26, the expected expenditures.
Will you show me what sheet you're looking at? Okay, good. So that, you told me you want us to bring projections, okay? So that's our
would
sheet
be the
where we
question.
did projections based on what we think it would look like if it was universal, Representative Murray, just so you know. So this is our guess for what the enrollment would look like if the legislature chose to make the program
Which
universal
would be an
access.
additional $20 million.
This is, so if you use the top corner, you can see our current enrollment. See for 24, 25, that's our current enrollment. For 25, 26, that's what we think will happen if you make it universal. That's what we think the increase will
You're
be.
expecting a 50% increase from 8,000 students to an additional 4,000 students. if we're looking at the same little chart.
So you're
And
looking,
underneath, you're looking at the 400 million, 40 million now, going up to a little over $60 million, so a $20 million increase in the program.
that's my guess. Yes, these are my best guesses based on our existing uptake rates and our current enrollment. So yeah, this year we have 5,884. These are my guesses for
Does this
projections.
assume that it would be universal immediately because
Yes.
what the House passed is not universal in the
That's
first
right.
year?
This is my scenario for universal immediately.
So this would be
Yeah.
universal July 1st.
Yes.
That's what you think would happen?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. Okay. So I brought those because I thought that's what you guys wanted. So
No, I just want to make sure we are all reading it the same way. We
Yes,
appreciate
that's
the
right.
effort,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I just don't want to, the eternal question, is it for the year? Is it for the biennium?
Yes,
Is it
that's right.
assuming this start date or
That's
that
right.
start date?
Yes,
So,
yes.
so this is a full universal projection, July 1st.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. Any further questions from the committee? I want to make sure. Go ahead, please, Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to learn so much about your processes and more about the program itself. As a lawyer, I'm always paid to think, well, I used to be paid to think about worst case scenarios.
You can talk to Matt.
And, how you kind of hedge your bets and try to prepare for the unknown, for possible scenarios within existing law that may allow for abuse of the program. And I keep coming back to the concern, in particular to the marketplace direct payments when the orders are approved. What is there to stop a parent from reversing the order after it's approved and
Great
returning
question.
the item? And
Great question.
what furthermore, how would you ever know if that were to happen? My constituents are concerned that there may be families who are reporting one thing up front and using the funds for another thing behind. And
So this is what Class Wallet is actually good for, Representative. So when you're processing something through this virtual digital wallet, you actually don't get the receipt. So you can't do a return. If you want to do a return, you have to go back through Class Wallet. They do the return for you, and then the vendor puts the money right into the Class Wallet account. So that's why this closed loop system is so useful.
So there is no refund scam where you can
Yes, you
buy
can-
stuff from the store with a voucher and return it for
Yes,
cash.
that's right. You can't do that. So because the fulfillment is done by Class Wallet inside of that digital wallet, you can only ever put the money back in there. And so that's why we use this closed loop system.
yeah, I'm pleased to hear that about the closed system. I'm just concerned about things outside of that closed system.
So
for
every-
instance, like a parent were to buy a very expensive educational printed material and then, have the approval process and, we don't know if that book is returned and the cash is, taken out. That seems to me that's a
Well,
vulnerability.
they can't return. I mean, you could maybe return something for store credit, but you couldn't get cash because if you did a return, it would go back into the digital wallet.
I think the representative is more concerned about a parent buying a really expensive book and then turning around and selling it for cash to
Right.
their
Oh, to
neighbor or
someone
whatnot.
else.
But
Yeah.
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 No, and I understand the concern.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I
we-
think there's definitely vulnerabilities here.
Or
And there's
reimbursement.
there's really no mechanism for you to know if that's happening.
So we deployed an anonymous fraud reporting tool and hotline. That was one of the
I was
measures
going to
that
ask
we
if
took.
there is a mechanism.
Yeah,
so thank
we were,
you.
that was very important to us. We established that anyone can, if you have documentation that if you have an allegation that you want to make, you can do that anonymously using the online web tool. You can call into the 1-800 number and make those allegations, upload your documentation, and it will obviously take those concerns very seriously.
Well, and we
You
could
know,
send someone we could report them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can kick them out of the program if that, if we had that documentation. So we are there. We have to be good stewards of this program, and those parents, misuse and suspected intentional misuse, those are the things that keep me up at night. I'm a worrywart, so as the rules guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with this system is that it depends on a third party reporting, knowing who to report to report it to the right place, and then for it to have evidence to be able to be followed up upon in such a manner that makes sense for you. I just think there's a lot of what ifs along that decision tree or process tree that provides opportunity for none of that to take place. So I'm a little concerned about, the vulnerabilities for this program to be abused.
No, I agree, but I think that could be, the same with almost any other program, but we're certainly willing to take any feedback that you have. If you propose legislation and you have other mechanisms that you feel would be appropriate, we'll absolutely implement anything that you decide.
Cool. All set?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking earlier to today's discussion with Representative Weiler or Chair Weiler's concerns about abuse of the TANF program or the WIC program and how there are certain guidelines in place to control those programs, but it doesn't feel like
I
we've
think
got
even those programs
mirrored.
control what you can buy. They cannot possibly control what you do with the items that you
Right.
bought.
Yep.
And frankly, I could see the same thing if we are really hypothetical here happening with textbooks I get from my public school and so on. I mean, it's, I hear you, but I don't know if you have anything else to add on this right now.
No, I just wanted to know if you had any questions about my
I
projection
gotcha.
scenario, but that's it.
Any further questions? I want to make sure we have all the time, but again, we do have a large number of people that's
Yep,
waiting.
they're all behind
and
us.
we are all, we are past their time.
Thank you so
and,
much for asking us to
are
come.
we good?
Yeah,
Cool.
our
Thank you.
information's available if you have other questions.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. And with this, I'm going to declare this public, work session closed. And in exactly 1 minute, we'll start the new work session because somebody needs 1 minute. Okay. It is 2:17, so we will start the work session on public transportation. Again, my thanks to everybody who show up. And again, my apologies that we are a few minutes behind schedule. We try really hard to listen to everybody, and the committee had lots of questions on the previous topic, which is great. So again, thank you for your patience. I want to remind everyone that this being a work session, we are slightly limited in terms of how many people we can listen to. So I would really appreciate it if you would make every effort to be reasonably brief and, be able to answer the questions. And please, I know that you all have important things to say, but let's try not repeating things that may have been said by a previous speaker. Feel free to say, I agree with those remarks and I want to add my stuff. And other than that, Mr. Landigan, who was officially on the list here?
Mr. Nichols. I
So
think,
if we'd-
would
if-
probably
if
be
we
the-
could start.
a good place to start. Yeah.
Thank you. And welcome.
My name's Rad Nichols. I'm the executive director at Coast. We're the public transit system in the Seacoast area. I'm also the chairman of the New Hampshire Transit Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you today. We've never had that I'm aware of. I've been working in this field for 28 years here in New Hampshire. I don't think we've ever had a budget work session on public transit, so thank you for the opportunity. I hope that we can highlight the positive economic and social benefits that public transit brings to New Hampshire, and talk about how state investment can strengthen our economy while also supporting our most vulnerable residents. Public transit represents an important segment of New Hampshire's economy and plays a significant role in our ongoing economic and social health. Public transit services are provided regionally in New Hampshire by 8 different organizations operating in 42 communities, which comprise more than half of the state's resident population. New Hampshire transit providers directly employ more than 300 individuals statewide, and we help to drive, pardon the pun, the state's economy by contributing an estimated $110 million each year. A recent economic impact analysis conducted in New Hampshire shows that for every $1 invested in public transit, there's more than a $4 economic return in the state economy. In addition, and very importantly, that $1 investment leverages an equal amount of federal funds already allocated and ready to be put in use in New Hampshire. How does public transit have such a significant economic impact? By harnessing the power of connecting people with the opportunities they need to succeed personally and contribute economically. Public transit connects New Hampshire's workforce to jobs. People like a restaurant worker who lives in Lebanon and works in Hanover and uses advanced transit to access work. Public transit connects students who are tomorrow's workforce to educational opportunities. People like the student who uses Nashua Transit System to attend the Nashua Community College to become an air traffic controller. Public transit is an affordable connection between workforce housing, jobs, and workforce training opportunities, which are increasingly located further apart from one another due to the housing shortage. We live in a graying state, and the State Plan on Aging has identified transportation was the #1 reason seniors in New Hampshire were not able to access the services they needed. Making sure seniors can get where they need to go has significant economic implications. The AARP Longevity Outlook from 2018 identified that while the 50-plus population accounted for 41% of the state's population, it contributed nearly 47% or $42 billion of the state's total GDP. Public transit also supports New Hampshire's most vulnerable residents by providing ADA-mandated services for individuals living with disabilities. Public transit allows them to access support services, healthcare, and employment opportunities. These are people like the young woman who we transport in Dover, who uses our paratransit services to get her to her job at the YMCA in Portsmouth. On average, between 20 to 30% of our riders would not be able to make their trip without public transportation. In state fiscal year 2023, more than 2.1 million trips were taken on public transit in New Hampshire by workers, students, seniors, families, and individuals living with disabilities. In state fiscal year 24, that number grew by 18.2% to over 2.5 million trips to work, school, medical appointments, shopping, social, and recreational activities. This afternoon, I'm pleased to be joined by representatives from a broad array of service providers, industry across the state, and hopefully they'll get an opportunity to share with you as well. So how can public transit help the state achieve its economic and social goals in the coming budget cycle? As you take up the work of crafting the state's next budget, I encourage the committee to consider the difference between state spending and a state investment as it relates to public transit. Spending infers a net drain, while with investment, there's an expectation of a return. In this budget cycle where difficult choices must be made, investing in public transit can help sustain and grow our state economy while supporting Granite Staters that need us the most. It's the proverbial yet often elusive win-win proposition. The state invested in public transit operations in state fiscal year with $600,000 in funding and increased that to $1.68 million in state fiscal year 25. The return on that increased investment is already measurable. That investment helped public transit operators expand services, growing ridership by over 385,000 rides in state fiscal year 24, and ridership has continued to experience strong growth in state fiscal year 25. And more riders translates to more economic activity. As we look down the road ahead, there's a direct correlation between affordably connecting housing, jobs, and workforce training opportunities across the state and our ability to sustain economic development. So that public transit operators across New Hampshire can continue to support and further grow the state's economy, the New Hampshire Transit Association is advocating for investment of $6.8 million of state operating support in the state fiscal year 26-27 budget. We also ask that state operating match be clarified as eligible to be used not only to leverage FTA operating expenses at a 1-to-1 ratio, but also for those eligible FTA operating expenses with a very advantageous 4-to-1 match ratio. That's federal to local. These include expenses associated with ADA operations, preventative maintenance, planning, mobility management, and for rural agencies administration. Investment by the state at this level will activate additional investment from the Federal Transit Administration by opening access to a minimum of another $6.8 million of already allocated federal funding for the state. These are FTA funds that require non-USDOT matching funds in order to be put to use connecting our residents. So the state, there's an immediate return to that state investment with the federal government participating. We should always be looking for ways to do more with the resources we have in order to support our economy and the New Hampshire residents. Public transit touches every segment of the state's economy, directly impacting the lives of hundreds of thousands of Granite Staters. Investment in public transit makes good financial sense and good social sense. Local communities around New Hampshire are already investing in the power of public transit to drive their economies and support their residents. We invite the state to join them as near equal partners. I know together we can do even more. On behalf of the association and our members, I thank you for your time and opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much. And obviously questions from the committee members.
Sure, two things. Do you have those numbers that we hand out? I can barely type words, never mind
I
numbers.
do. I have a letter that follows my testimony. I also have a flyer that we use to
If you could
summarize.
maybe email the electronic version to Mr. Landrigan, he would be able to distribute it to us instead of making paper copies.
I can do both. I have the paper here for
Both
you.
are great.
I'll take the paper, yeah.
But if you could still email the electronic version, there are some of us who only look at electronic documents because of the weight of paper and all.
Happy to.
Thank you. As you see, I'm not one of them, but
And I wanted to point out to just have you sort of state it in a different way. When you talk of the impact this has on hundreds of thousands of Granite Staters, we're about 1.2 million in the state. So you're looking at, are we looking at 10% of people who are impacted? 20% of the people? I mean, I'd just like to do the percentage of the number of Granite Staters who take advantage of this. When you said the hundreds of thousands, that's a large chunk of the New Hampshire population
right.
that relies on this.
Correct. Directly impacted, I think, is probably more in the 10%. Indirectly gets us into the hundreds of thousands. Absolutely.
so just to build on Representative Murray's question, I know you said you are offering services to around half the population or a bit over half, and you gave us a number of trips. In terms of, do you have any way of determining how many people took those trips? Because obviously somebody could take a trip of every day, somebody could just take a trip every 3 months. I figure with public transportation it would be darn hard to keep track of that, but do you have any light you can shed into that? At least an educated guess?
You are correct. That's really hard for us to track.
Yeah, because people
we
get on
don't-
the bus, right?
We don't, when someone boards our bus, we don't necessarily know who they are.
Nor should you.
Nor
Yeah.
should we, right? So we start to begin to recognize people when they're regular riders. So that's on our fixed route system. So our, the traditional bus system that you think of in the city, right? On the demand response side, so this is tend to be services for older adults, individuals with disabilities. We do know numbers there. I don't have that stat, but I can get that stat for you.
That would be much appreciated. And again, email it to Mr. Landrigan and he will share it with everybody on the committee. Look, even if it's incomplete data, it's still better than no data. So we can, we can work with what we got. And the town of Windham has a, similar service where the town has a few cars driven by volunteer drivers to offer on-demand rides. So I'm slightly familiar with how that works on a small scale, but obviously you guys are operating at a much larger scale, so that knowledge would be useful to the committee. Thank you. Further questions? Please, Representative Hacken Phillips.
As a reminder, could you summarize the 8 regional transit? Could you remind us where they are?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'll start from the north, Tri-County CAP in Berlin-Gorham area. Then we have Advanced Transit in the Upper Valley. We have Concord Area Transit in Concord and surrounding communities. We have the MTA, Manchester Transit Authority in Manchester and the surrounding communities. We have Sullivan County Transportation, Newport Claremont area. We have HCS, which operates over in Keene. We have Nashua Transit System, and we have Coast. I think I covered everybody. Thank you.
I thought we were not supposed to put them on the spot like that.
Sorry. That's really good memory.
I'm prepared.
Good job. And another follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So I know in the Department of Transportation's unfunded line item, they were hoping to get a match of 1.7 million per year in the budget, and that was not included in the governor's budget this round. I'm wondering if you'd care to comment on, what the impact will be if there are no state dollars coming to transit in the biennium. And I'm wondering if you could also comment on, kind of contingency plans or alternative suggestions that you might be thinking through. What are the scenarios your groups are worried about and thinking about?
So the state had put in their blank the right term, alternative needs budget,
Prioritized items. Yeah.
prioritized needs budget request for 3.4 million, which would have essentially level funded us at the state fiscal year 25 amount. That's sort of a bare minimum. We are coming in asking for twice that amount because we're hoping to match. We're hoping the state can become a near equal partner with all of the communities that are funding public transit to allow us to access all of our rural and small urban funding that's coming into the state from the Federal Transit Administration. If I can speak for Coast on the question you raised. We're all unique and individual. For Coast, we may need to look at additional means testing for some of our folks who qualify for our ADA services. That may mean some folks who've qualified as eligible would no longer be eligible. That's our biggest cost center at Coast is those services for individuals with disabilities.
Just to briefly interject, I think you mentioned earlier that those would be eligible for a 4-to-1 federal to local match rather than the normal 1-to-1, or am I putting together things that shouldn't go together?
No, you can put it together, but the federal funds that are allocated to us directly, we can only use 10% of that allocation to go towards those ADA expenses.
There you
at
go.
4-to-1.
Yep.
Above that, which we are well above that, we're about 25% of our operating budget goes to that cost center. Above that, it's a 1-to-1 match ratio. So that's one area where we could potentially affect some cost reductions. Another area would be probably one or two of our routes that we would have to eliminate or consider eliminating, as well as probably reducing the span of service on any service day. We currently operate as late as 10 o'clock at night. We probably would look at scaling back to somewhere being our last runs of the day, probably departing around 7, so off the road by 8. We might have to consider changes to our Saturday services as well. It's for us at Coast, with the federal match, it's about a 10% hit to our budget. We have an $8.2 million budget this year, so it's significant. And that's $389,000 a year from the state annually. So, it's $800,000 thereabouts of lost revenues each year of the 2 years.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, so then thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now, the general rule of thumb for work sessions is that only the people invited are, expected to speak. But we do have a lot of people, and we do still have a little bit of time with the agreement of the members of the committee. I'd like to, give a few other people an opportunity. If you have something to add, try to negotiate between yourselves, because God knows, don't make me pick. But if you want to maybe come up in 2 or 3 together and give us a bit more, we'd appreciate it. And again, if somebody's starting to have a schedule challenge, please let me know. Oh, if we do have DOT here, could I ask DOT to prepare to get on the, queue, and we'll have you next? Sorry, to be clear, I forgot you guys were in the room, or I would have asked you next. So my apologies for that. It's on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Steve Workman. I'm the Director of Transport New Hampshire. So Workman, W-O-R-K-M-A-N. Transport New Hampshire is a statewide advocacy technical assistance that works across all modes to support all modes of transportation. So I do not provide direct service. In other words, I don't have a horse in this race. So my remarks today, first, I want to acknowledge and support the things that Rad just shared with you, and I won't repeat those. What I want to do is walk through my perspective on where we're at right now, but then I want to talk about some of the national picture and potential solutions that I think this committee could benefit from as it tries to balance this. So the first question I'd ask is, what part of our daily life doesn't involve transportation? And I remind you, walking is a mode of transportation. Think what it took to get onto this floor of the building and the accommodations. So as mobile transit people, we have to prepare for all of those different things. But as we think about how that flows through all sectors of public life, then that should compel us to think more holistically about this. In other words, not in silos. And once we start to do that, we recognize that you cannot talk about affordable housing unless you are dealing with public transportation. You cannot talk about recovery services. You cannot talk about people that are coming out of the correctional facilities, about them not recidivism. You can't address those things if we haven't solved for basic transportation. It is a basic need ultimately. Now, on the other hand, Granite Staters are fiercely independent. That's not news to you. Until they're not. And the fact is that we are fiercely independent. But as we age and as life happens to us, we find ourselves in a position that we suddenly are desperate for services that we thought we never were going to pay for and we did not want to fund. As somebody that has experienced that personally, both with aging parents and also a close family friend of mine who is young and is experiencing end-stage renal failure and is on dialysis. When the crisis hits, that's not the time to be looking around and praying that our leaders put a system in place to support us. And I think we need to think about that. I'm going to talk a little later about some of these solutions that come out of the federal level that'll help us think about how can we do that then? How can we move things across state agencies and have a more comprehensive discussion? So the first piece, the elimination of in the governor's budget of operating funds feels like a colossal setback. And I say that because in my time, and I came onto this scene in 2019, in my time, I have witnessed my colleagues that are providing transportation services rise to the occasion. I have seen DOT become a partner in this work, where they come to us and we try to find innovative solutions and strategies, and boy, we try to stretch a nickel as far as we possibly can. In the last funding biennium, we had a bipartisan agreement that allowed us to bring in an influx of money desperately needed. And as Rad explained in his remarks, this is money that is matching federal funds that the state of New Hampshire is entitled to. And I don't know about you, but I can't sleep at night thinking we're leaving money on the table when I know for certain that we have residents in our state that have needs. So I want to make sure that nobody is operating under the illusion that in eliminating that, it was a one-off, that it solved the problem, because it didn't. Our providers have costs just like any of us that run a household, any of us that run a business, and those costs are inflating continually. Already, municipalities are contributing millions of dollars to help us with match, and we absolutely expect that to continue. We are absolutely reaching out to charitable sources of funding, chambers of commerce, businesses, to build relationships so they can help support our basic transportation system. The problem is, without state funding, we are truly dead in the water. The majority of the expenses that ever come before you in the form of a budget are federal pass-through dollars. And unfortunately, that places New Hampshire at the bottom of the list, in the bottom category of the list of per capita expenses nationwide that we've invested in community transportation, public transit. Now, I know we don't want to compare ourselves to other states. We're New Hampshire. We know our business. But we aren't low because we've done such an effective and efficient job of supplying these. It's because we've neglected some of these needs. So in the national picture, things are getting very difficult. I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other, but they are difficult. Right now, it is unclear whether our federal funding streams and then discretionary grants that also play a major role in delivering these services are going to be there in the future. We have reason to believe that they will. We have reason to believe that a continuing resolution should get us a little further down the road. The problem is we don't have guarantees. And as our federal partners are trying to figure out what's legal, who can do what, it's providers back here. And my colleagues, these are not operations that are bloated and can sustain 3-6 months.
At this point, we are still talking about uncertainties, not yet about actual cuts, right?
That is correct.
Just wanting to make sure that, and I know that question would be asked anyway, so we may as well get ahead of it.
Yeah, we just get right out there. So yes, these are the things that we're looking at. And so our concern is, as you think about these agencies, any potential impact at that level could have a catastrophic effect. And this brings us back to the state. So if the state has sort of absolved itself and stepped back from being responsible and part of this equation, and the feds, some way, shape, or form, limit money coming into our state, we've got a problem, because I can tell you the property tax base cannot respond to this and cannot make up the difference. And then again, we're leaving money on the table. So in the interest of time, I want to jump to a solution piece. And this comes out of some of the work I've done previously with federal technical assistance centers. There's something called the Federal Coordination Council for Access and Mobility, or CCAM. It identifies 130 federal programs that are able to provide funding for transportation for people with disabilities, older adults, and or individuals of low income. Does anyone want to guess which federal agency has the most transportation dollars for these human transportation services? And let me give you a hint, it's not USDOT.
Gonna guess the Pentagon, but fine.
Not for human transportation services. It's actually Health and Human Services. They have 66 of those programs that I just referenced. Then DOT has 12. HUD has 12. The Department of Labor has 11. The Department of Justice has 10. Education has 10. And the VA has 3. That just gives you a sense of the potential. Each one of these programs have federal pass-through dollars that arrive in our state. But what we do is, and it makes sense, we got to figure this out, so it gets distributed into these different agencies or silos. The work for us is to be more creative and innovative with that. How can we cross-sector? How can we work between agencies and find a way to share those resources in a way that one isn't suffering, but we are actually becoming more efficient in service delivery, and we're actually advancing opportunities where we're both meeting our mission. See, right now, my colleagues in the state, we have been actively trying to be ambassadors of the CCAM solutions that are out there, of our own coordination work within the state. But if the doors don't open to us, we can't have that conversation. So I think the legislator in particular, but all of our elected officials have a core responsibility. It's to create the environment where this type of cross-agency, cross-sector coordination and working together is actually the rule, not the exception. But I will tell you, and I can tell you this because I've seen it in other states, it does not happen without you building that in. So rather than you doing the heavy lift of the budget this year, and then the next cycle comes along and you start all over again, we've got to start thinking how we can make our federal dollars work harder for us in New Hampshire. And we stand ready to help with that. In fact, Chairman Nichols and myself, we have a pending request into the governor's office to discuss not just the funding, but to discuss these opportunities. It seems like with Governor Ayotte's Commission on Government Efficiency, it sounds like I'm talking about something that's ready made for them to look at. So the reason I wanted to bring this to you today was to remind you to think a little bit outside of the box. CCAM has given us the permission structure and the process for figuring out how we can leverage our federal funds better. And in this case, of course, I'm talking about transportation services. So again, to allow more time for the committee, I would just close by saying I do support both of the requests that Chairman Nichols.
We weren't expecting you to oppose it,
I
don't
didn't
worry.
think you would at this point. But I'm going to add one more thing, and that is help us create that environment as elected officials where we have marching orders who are state employees and those of us that are working out here in the spaces between to connect. Give us the marching orders and then call on us. I will happily drive up here. My colleagues will to continue to work with you. It is impossible to do your job and to understand all the nuances of things that we do on a daily basis.
That's why we have work sessions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so
and
much.
if we could have questions,
Just
by all
note,
means.
Can you just send the name of the program or something, since I don't type so.
Coordination Council Access
Just
and
the whole-
Mobility
it started with
CCAM.
the federal thing.
As a matter of fact,
Just-
I'll do one better. I will send you a copy for the committee that actually is a PowerPoint of federal CCAM. It'll map it out and you'll have it so you can look at it, and I'm happy to answer more questions.
I take notes exactly because I don't remember everything. So if we could have the Department of Transportation step up. And again, I apologize for completely forgetting you were here. It's rude of me. So please go ahead and do introduce yourself.
Yes. So for the record, my name is Shelley Winters. I'm the director of the Division of Aeronautics, Rail, and Transit at the Department of Transportation. I was able to sit before you earlier this week and talk about our budget along with Commissioner Cass. Obviously, we're talking about Accounting Unit 2916, which is the public transportation budget, and particularly Class 73 funds. I will, happily yield any time that you were going to give to me to our transit providers who can probably more eloquently contextualize the impacts. I know we spoke overarchingly earlier this week. We're certainly advocates for public transit. As some of our colleagues said, we do feel it's an investment in our state and in our community. And a lot of people around the state are employed by or can be employed as a result of being able to use this, access to medical appointments, recreational, nutrition. I mean, you name it, everything that we do in the state is a result in a large part to public transit. The affected agencies that Mr. Nichols spoke about moved about 2 million people last year. To your question, unique riders, that's difficult for the agencies to quantify, but if you just look at raw numbers based on the population and knowing a lot of these people are probably, riders are probably transit dependent, that would be a lot of lost, even if you use the 10% that RAD, that's 200,000 rides right
Frankly,
there.
every ride is important, whether it's repeated riders or not. I mean,
Correct.
Just to quickly, before I lose personally that train of thought, the last comments about the almost 100 or more federal programs that may be available, which to me sounds like a federal problem, but in the meantime, it could also be an opportunity. Any thoughts on what support the department may need in order to better navigate those complicated mazes, bureaucratic mazes in DC?
Yeah, I think we've been, as was said, we've been doing better as of late. We have a statewide coordinating council for community transportation, which is established under statute here in the state, and we have 8 regional coordinating councils. The group convenes monthly. In fact, they met yesterday. The same day that the New Hampshire Transit Association convenes. The department sends staff to those meetings. We are a listed participant, as well as Health and Human Services and a few other state agencies to sit on the state coordinating council. And we're trying to work together to demystify the funding from a federal level and the trickle down to the state level. In the past, we've partnered with some other state agencies to try to jointly fund some regional mobility managers. So within these 8 regions that we've established under the state, we've tried to fund, and now the department is solely funding them to help coordinate services within those regions, to have one voice, a unified voice that goes out, looks for the funding sources, and tries to help agencies work together, where it's a social service agency or the shuttle you talked about in your community, to try to link passengers together.
And how do you measure the effectiveness of those programs? And I know that I'm kind of stepping into uncharted territories here, but you tell me that you want to create a new position. Obviously, my next question is, how well does it work, and how would you know if it's doing the job properly or not?
So let me clarify, these are not state positions. These are positions that are embedded within the regions themselves. The funding flows through us, so it's Federal Transit Administration funding that flows from us, and they are not state employees. We contract.
Yeah, but we support that schedule, so I
Correct.
still like to know if it
So
works or not.
That's great, and that's why I probably look over my shoulder to my colleague, but Fred Butler is here, and we have, through the State Coordinating Council, we have a group that is working on performance measures to address concerns such as that. It's in its infancy, but we do have a group that's trying to prove the effectiveness. So if Fred
Thank
or
you.
someone from the
And,
SEC,
by the way,
he was trying to avoid coming up.
I wouldn't use the word concerns as much. It's just normal management of any program. We'd like to have some idea of how effective it is, because at the end of the day, you establish programs, you got to figure out which work and you keep and which don't work, and you eliminate or replace or all that. So, without accountability, it's kind of hard to get any funding. So,
I appreciate
So,
the, yeah.
and sorry for putting you on the spot, but you were in the room, which was your first mistake. Go ahead.
Just introduce yourself.
Yes. There we go. Oh, yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Fred Butler. I'm the Public Transportation Administrator, and we have largely, in thanks to Steve Workman and the collective efforts at the SEC, there's a blueprint for the mobility management network as a whole that lays out. Currently, there are 13 performance measures or key performance indicators. Ranges anything just from to traditional ridership to the number of partners brought to the table that are transportation providers and just other stakeholders that are involved within each region. We have a number of meetings, outreach events that are held to make people aware that there are resources available for transportation at the state and regional level. And again, we can send you the blueprint, but that's the essence of it.
We are never going to be able to resist the temptation of more information, so feel free to send that
We
to
only
Mr.
have that
Landrigan,
electronically, so.
which is how we like it anyway. Yeah. Again, questions from the committee. I don't want to, hog everything. Representative, oh my God, DeRoy. We've spoken with her about 100 times, so.
Okay. I have a question. I don't do public transportation. I never have, because I live out in the boondoggles, so I have to have a car. Is there a fee for people to use public transportation?
It varies by agency, and part of the reason is the way the federal funding is structured, that the subsidy needs to have the fares netted out. So there's no way to come up with enough match based on fares, because it just it just reduces the amount of federal subsidy needed, but you still have to come up with that one-to-one match.
So some agencies are fare free, several systems are fare free, so you don't pay anything. You could ride any route all day, and others are, $1.25 per ride, or you can buy a multi-ride or a monthly pass. So again, it's system by system based on the 8 agencies behind us. But again, revenues, talking about raising revenues or fares to try to offset the loss of this, it won't work because, as Fred was saying, you net out any fare recovery before you have any federal funding participation. So, and certainly let us know where you live, and we'll see if we have a program that can benefit you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I appreciate it. Anything else you'd like to add? Because apparently we are good question-wise, but if there was something you didn't get to that should have been brought up, this would be the, going, gone moment.
Just to the point of the discrepancy in what you saw in the request for the budget of roughly 1.7 million in our additional needs, and what Mr. Nichols spoke about that the transit agencies are advocating for, that initial dollar amount we came up for the 1.7 was based on 2 years ago when we were preparing the budget, looking at the increased federal funds that were coming in through IIJA. And then at the time, Commissioner Sheehan and I had sat down, and we were only looking to request, because we knew it was a tight fiscal environment, the incremental state funds to access the new IIJA increase. And so that's why we stuck with that same methodology in this budget request. But we've certainly have heard from our partners at NHTA and the transit agencies as a collective. They have always sought to request more funding, because even with these state funds that we have of the 1.7, we're not fully drawing down on an annual basis our funds from FTA. So again, they're here to advocate better based on their financial situation and the reality of the local funding constraints that they're facing. And the department went in with the methodology of incremental IIJA funding. So I just wanted to explain what the discrepancy is and let them better articulate the holistic need for the larger funds.
Of course, there is always that whole reality of the public transportation and the reality of the state budget that tend to go head to head on this one. So we're doing the best we can, but obviously nobody at this table can make promises at this stage. We are trying. That we can promise. So there are about 5 minutes until 3 p.m. when we were planning to end. Would it be okay to the committee to suggest maybe one more person or group of people speaks before we wrap it up? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Great. So thank you so much
Thank you. It's
again.
nice to see
Really
you again.
appreciate it. And if we could, open the table to somebody or more than one person who wants to join, please.
Good afternoon, all. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for listening, for having us here. My name's Dennis Shanahan, the Deputy Mayor of Dover. I'm also the Chairman of the Board of Coast. In my very brief comments, I just want to do 2 things. One is to kind of personalize the impact of public transit. I think this is a story and thoughts that you've all had. I just want to make sure that they're said out loud here. I also want to provide some perspective on the municipalities' involvement here. So in a budget address last month, Governor Ayotte was quoted as saying that the first step in shaping the budget was to address the most vulnerable, those with disabilities and suffering from mental health challenges. Public transit's available to all in New Hampshire. It's available to all in Dover, but it is well known that many riders that use the service do that because that is their only means of transportation, other than maybe a set of sneakers and a pair of shoes. Public transit creates opportunities for our most vulnerable population to live full, productive, rewarding lives while becoming important parts of our community. And that's really the focus I have in this. And I'm thinking of 2 Dover citizens that I've come to know quite well over the last couple of terms. Katie and Alex, they are adults living with disabilities. They they are not in a position where they can own and operate their own car. So they're very much reliant on public transit when walking isn't going to be a solution. You think of a few days over the last month, but walking really would not have been a solution for folks to go a couple of miles. It not only connects them to their jobs, the grocery stores, their workplaces, but it also enables them to become deeply involved in the community. And I've watched these two really blossom. They're members of ABLE New Hampshire who do advocacy for the disabled. Alex has become a chapter president and is an excellent advocate for the needs of the disabled. And I can't help but think that a big part of that is being able for him to have a full life, to go to work every day, to be able to go to the grocery store on his own, and using public transportation is a key part of that. And that's the personalization of it that really is important to me. Mr. Nichols articulated the mission of the transit systems and the impressive 400% return on our federal, state, and local funds that keep the systems moving. So imagine being one of the thousands of our citizens across the state who every day you walk over a couple of blocks to the bus stop, and then tomorrow that bus isn't going to run. And it's not going to run the next week or the month after, and the impact on those folks. So if we lose public transit in this state, I'm an optimist, I really am. I hate being cynical, but we do talk quite a bit of a spiral of death. That once you start peeling back routes, peeling back times, you lose ridership, which means you lose some of the fare money that's coming in. So you have to peel back some more, and you could eventually work yourself into that. We've been trying really hard to avoid that, and there was a huge undertaking on RAD and his staff's part 5 years ago now to completely revamp the system in the middle of the pandemic to make it more efficient, more effective, and they pulled that off just flawlessly. So currently, cities and towns in the Seacoast region contribute millions per year to maintain our regional public transit system. Dover is approaching a $600,000 a year amount that we provide as partners with Coast. And these have seen significant increases over the last several years, double-digit increases. Obviously, the price of fuel has gone up. The price of parts for buses has gone up. And we have had to increase the pay that we pay our drivers so that we can keep them. Many of our drivers need a commercial driver's license. Those folks are in high demand. And it's really hard to pay enough to keep folks around. It can almost be a system where we're a pass-through for drivers. So we did increase, and I think we've been successful in bumping up the compensation a little bit. And again, we have had to ask the municipalities like Dover, Rochester, Portsmouth, Farmington, Somersworth, Newmarket, Exeter, to increase their contributions. Some communities are definitely telegraphing that they are beginning to struggle with these increases. Certainly the source of the increases when we have to turn to a municipality, when we turn to Dover and say, we're going to need an extra $120,000 this year, that's coming out of property taxes. It is coming out of the ability of folks to stay in the community. So communities are definitely struggling with that. So that's the community perspective with it. So we're all proud of the growth that we've seen in New Hampshire. Continued funding of public transit by all stakeholders is vital to ensure all segments of our population benefit from the New Hampshire way. So that's my perspective of the community and of my good friends, Alex and Katie.
Yes. My name is Margaret Joyce. I'm the president of the Greater Dover Chamber of Commerce, and I will be brief because I am not as eloquent, nor do I have statistics to throw at you. But I serve on the board of Coast, representing the 6 Seacoast Chambers of Commerce, and my colleague Bonnie McNair is here from the Somersworth Chamber, also a Coast-served community. And I would like to just point out, in addition to the wonderful stories we've heard about the individual human impact, this also has a business impact. Our collective members from the 6 Seacoast Chambers, we've got about 2,000 members. They do represent a lot of nonprofits, including ABLE, and Coast has a program where they do give passes to their clients to get to recovery appointments, to get to jobs, to get to hospital appointments. But Rad also mentioned about cutting service and what that means. Think about restaurants, think about hotel workers. workers. Think about all the folks who work in downtown Portsmouth who support the tourism industry. Those businesses contribute heavily to rooms and meals revenue. If they can't get staff to come to work, they have to cut back hours. That has a direct impact on state revenue, in addition to these businesses who rely on workers to get there. Think about Great Bay Community College. We heard about the Nashua student who's studying to be an air traffic controller. Great Bay has programs that are feeding the medical profession. As we know, we have a real crisis in getting healthcare workers. Our chambers represent at least 3 large healthcare networks: Wentworth Douglas, Exeter Hospital, Portsmouth Regional. We depend on transportation to move people around the seacoast. And I can only speak for the seacoast, but you've heard from some others that this is really a statewide issue. I live in an area where I depend on a car as well, but I grew up in Boston, and as a student, I took the T into Boston every day to get my education, and I'm extremely grateful that it was there for me.
Please go ahead.
Anyone that's been through anyone that's been through Leadership Seacoast or leadership here in the state understands what you do and how difficult it is for you to do what you're doing, because we have such a large state and our population is not really concentrated in the way that makes it easy to get people to the places that they need to go. So I want to thank you for that and all that you're doing to get people to where they need to go, and they still have problems. There's a lot of problems that are out there. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. Really appreciate you being here. Now, it did occur to me that we were planning to finish at 3, but we were also planning to start at 2. So maybe taking a few more minutes to give room to give time to the people that made an effort to come here would be a good idea. Again, I know that I'm imposing on the goodwill of the committee, but that's why I keep asking about it. I would appreciate it if we could. Anybody else who would like to add something, please?
I'm Terry Page, and I am the Transportation Director for the Community Action Program for Belknap and Merrimack Counties here in Concord. I know Representative Bean because we work together with Belknap County, so nice to see you, Representative Bean. I completely support and echo everything that all of the great colleagues that have come before me to this table has said. It's absolutely everything they said is correct. And I'm hoping to kind of put a more local spin on it. I'm one of the smaller rural providers here in the state. So even though we work here in Concord, we are still considered a rural provider, mainly because the population density is still not that great here in Concord itself. So we go quite a ways to be able to get people to those connections that they need. But even though we're a small system, we provided over 115,000 rides last year, which is pretty phenomenal when you think about the small area that we have within this Concord city itself to provide that many rides. Of that, we had 106,000 that were on the fixed route system itself, which is the 3 buses that run here in Concord. And the biggest increase that we had were the 9,588 rides on our demand response system. And those are the folks that are the most vulnerable, in my mind, the folks that are over the age of 60 or have a disability that prevents them from getting to that fixed route bus. And those are the rides that really help them stay in their homes and stay connected to their communities. And that doesn't get more vital than that, truly, in my mind. Our routes are connected and set up to be able to connect folks from workforce housing, particularly, to employment centers. So we have here in the city, we have runs that go to Walmart and the other retail businesses up on the Heights. We have manufacturing and construction businesses out on Airport Road and Pembroke Road that we bring folks to. We have the State Hospital Complex, Concord Hospital, and DHMC Clinic up on Pleasant Street. We also have NHTI and all the retail businesses down on Fort Eddy, and then, of course, Main Street, Concord. So we try to make sure that we were connecting folks to the real areas of business and commerce and social services that they need here in the city. And that's always foremost in our mind is how are we going to efficiently and appropriately get people where they need to go. some of our regular workers are going from those workforce housing complexes that we have down in Pennacook up to the hospital or up to the Heights to be able to work at Walmart. Or we're transporting inmates from the state prison that are on work release from there up to the manufacturing businesses that are up on Airport Road and Pembroke Road. So we're really making an impact in those folks that need to get to work the most, because those are the folks that honestly can't even afford a car or don't have any way of being able to get a car to get them to where they need to go. The other piece that I really wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of, and a couple of my colleagues have touched on this, is we only have 27 employees, but they're very important employees. And we just barely 2 years ago, with the increase that we were able to use because of the state match, got them to within range of the going wage for a CDL driver. We're not even really close yet, but we're almost there. And that actually helped us keep our staff. It kept our team together, and it really reduced the attrition that we had for our staff to be able to keep these services running. So when you talk about not having that state match, the impact for us as such a small system is I'm almost more than likely going to lose staff, because I'm not going to be able to give them the increase that they need based on their increasing expenses on a personal level as well. I'll probably have to cut a route, and that's really hard when you only have 4 routes. So it's an immediate impact, and I hope it helps frame some of the discussion that we have in terms of how it's going to immediately impact some of the smaller systems that are running here in the state. So I thank you very much for this time, and I really appreciate your efforts.
No worry. We appreciate you being here. And seriously, look, we originally planned to have a couple of people talk, right, work session, but it is hard to see so many people come up and not show them the consideration for the time they put in coming here. We may not be able to do that for everybody, and I hope you understand that, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we only have so many moments, but every one of those does help a lot in, again.
If it helps, I think we all brought paper.
Oh, please. Seriously, any handouts that you have, please bring them to Mr. Landrigan. And
I do thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
thank you. And if you have anything that you didn't necessarily have with you, but you want to share with the committee, again, Mr. Landrigan is the point of contact where if you send something to him, he will share it with the committee. It is best not to email an individual committee member, because then you don't know if everybody else will get the same thing. And that creates confusion in the committee where people expect that everybody got it, but nobody else. So if we communicate through Mr. Landrigan, that smooths out all the, you know, potential issues. And I think that we should be able to accommodate at least one more person. If you want to jump in, please. I'm not even going to make jokes about the orange badge. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm from the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging, but I will tell you personally, I've worked, it's just not the orange badge. I've grown up in New Hampshire. I worked in New Hampshire.
I'm so sorry, I forgot. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, sorry. So Judith Jones from the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging and New Futures. And I've worked in the area of elder law for over 25 years in New Hampshire, and have grown up in New Hampshire. So bring my heart and passion to this group. And what I really appreciate about this group is the intensity of your listening. So I'm so happy just to say a few words today. Over the years, as I've done this work and listened to people aging, when we do surveys about what is the number one need of folks who are aging in New Hampshire, the number one answer repeatedly is transportation. And just want to emphasize that today. And you've heard so many people talk about what are the folks who need transportation who are aging needing. It's groceries, it's medication, it's doctor's appointments. And just to emphasize and be quick for you, some of the points that have been raised is we're working hard in the advocacy community to promote home and community-based care. We want to decrease the costs of nursing facility care. And the HHS committee is going to hear about that all the time. But this is a major advance in New Hampshire where we're promoting home and community-based care. Without transportation, those advances, that cost savings would go away. I'm learning more about transportation, the nuts and bolts from the folks today, and really appreciate the passion and the details behind it. And just want to tell you that the folks who are aging are relying on the transportation, and it is cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay.
Thank you.
So, because this was a reasonably brief one, we'll take one more person and then we'll call it off. Look, I don't want to move the goalposts, but I'm moving them in your favor. So, you know. But seriously, no, it's you. Come in. And seriously, I think we'll make this the last testimony unless somebody really has a critical thing to say.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Janice Chamberlain, and I am part of the small but mighty team at ATA Outdoor Media in Greenland, New Hampshire. I'm just here to share ATA Outdoor Media, and we're in Greenland, New Hampshire. I'm here to share the benefits that public transit systems provide our business and many others like it. ATA was established in 1992 and has partnered with transit providers across New England, starting with Coast as our very first partner. And we have since built decades-long relationships with the New Hampshire transits, both in rural and urban areas throughout the state. Our mission is to continue to network the public transit providers to maximize financial benefits for all systems by selling advertising space on their buses and bus shelters. Most of the revenue goes directly to the transit providers to reinvest in their systems while we retain a commission to sustain ours. We have a symbiotic relationship. Our success depends on their success. Just as they rely on us to generate funds, we rely on them to maintain a robust transit system that will attract advertisers. We're a small business, like many across New Hampshire, that benefits directly from the relationship we have with public transit systems operating in our state. Additionally, the funds that we raise from most of the transits can be used to elevate their local match, unlocking federal resources to sustain and expand vital services in our communities. With the rising ridership and the growing influx of new residents, securing these funds is essential, not only to maintain public transit, but to drive the expansion that helps our communities thrive. Outdoor advertising has seen tremendous growth nationwide across all media formats in recent years, with transit advertising leading the way as one of the top growing sectors. In 2024, outdoor ad spend nationally hit a record of $9.1 billion, clearly reflecting its rising impact.
Oh, then you are rich. I'm kidding.
We see businesses of all sizes increasingly turning to transit advertising as a powerful way to reach their audience. Demand in New England rose significantly last year, and we expect to see a boost for the remainder of 2025. It's our hope that our transit partners can continue to be fully operational and able to expand their reach into our communities, as it will help us to secure more advertising contracts for them. While many of the advertisers are national brands and regional buyers from banking, education, and healthcare sectors, transit advertising is also a vital, cost-effective for New Hampshire, a cost-effective solution for New Hampshire small businesses and nonprofits. It offers a smart and scalable way for them to stand out in their communities, putting their message right in front of thousands of potential customers every day, right where it matters most. We educate advertisers on the wide reach and powerful impact that transit advertising, and we also strive to help the local businesses understand its full circle benefits by advertising their products and services. On the buses, they not only attract more customers, but they're also investing into their local transit systems. This in turn will help strengthen public transportation, drive the economic growth, and enhances community well-being. And this is because public transit is more than just a means of transportation. It does fuel economies. Multiple studies have shown that every dollar invested in public transit generates significant economic returns, and it creates a ripple effect that benefits residents, businesses, and entire communities. A strong public transit network is essential for a thriving, forward-moving society. To create such an impact, they obviously need proper funding. On behalf of the many small businesses in New Hampshire that benefit directly or indirectly from public transit systems, I hope that you will consider including sufficient state funds to maximize the use of federal funding allocated to our state to their operations, which will help grow public transit and boost the New Hampshire economy. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you. Well, we can always promise we'll consider things. Finding money is a different question, but we are trying. Any questions from the committee? Mr. Representative Murray?
Are you thank you. Are you for-profit or nonprofit?
We are for-profit.
Further questions from the committee? Go ahead,
I love the
Representative
idea.
DeRoy.
I absolutely love the idea that you're doing that with these individuals because you're getting the community businesses to buy into that transportation, and broadening that might be an additional answer to some of the problems. Great idea.
Thank you very much. We've really revamped our entire marketing and way of being over the past year and a half, and really wanted to focus on the local businesses to increase that full circle benefits. So
Win-win
it's a win-win.
situations are fun.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Anybody else? Cool. Thank you. So one quick comment before we wrap up, unless we have further discussion. Somebody earlier was mentioning that they appreciate that we are actually listening. Look, here's the thing. This is the Finance Committee. I know there are a bunch of other policies committees, and I don't want to speak for those. But in here, during this time of the year, we are here every day. Next week, we are scheduled to be here every day except Tuesday, and we are not here Tuesday because it's the town election day, and traditionally, you gotta let people be at the town elections. So we spend a lot of hours doing this, so every minute has a lot of value. So when we have the opportunity to listen, that's probably the only chance we'll have. So we really gotta, and we appreciate again you being here. And this being a work session, go ahead. Hack and Flips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as you all know, I'm in Hanover, which is a part of the Upper Valley, and our regional transportation system is the Advanced Transit System. And from speaking with folks, I guess last biennium when we were going through the IIJA match discussion, I do remember that there was a larger uptick with student ridership and worker ridership in the Upper Valley that was tied to kind of like post-COVID trends. And the other thing that was part of that discussion was medical transportation for visits to obviously the large DHMC and other Heater Road offices, etc. In the Upper Valley. So LSPEC Day. Anyway, there's several DH little stops along the way between Claremont and the Upper Valley that's served. And when I think to the discussion that we reviewed at the time, there was a lot of concern about there's no way to get these patients out of the hospital who no longer require inpatient care home because they don't have a means of transportation, and that these services through the federal assistance program, I think there are some grants available to help people get gas cards or to help people, find transportation home from the hospital to open the beds to kind of unclog the system. So when I think about the greater healthcare system and how it's delivered here in the state of New Hampshire, transportation is intricately entwined in that ability to serve Granite Staters. So, when one bed is full with someone who can't leave, that means there's someone waiting outside the hospital trying to receive care but can't get it. So, this sounds like a small problem for the Upper Valley, but then when you think about hospitals' diversions to other hospitals outside the Upper Valley, then you're really talking about this transportation problem hurting other hospitals outside of our region, and then those beds get full. So this really is a connected issue for more than just what we're talking about, just driving, getting people to work or whatever. I mean, this is a compounding piece of the fabric of our state's day-to-day business and the way people live. And I'd just like to remind all of us that while it seems like maybe you don't use transit on a day-to-day basis for personal use, that there still is an effect on your personal life. So,
No, I think we all appreciate the
Yeah.
reminder of the complexities and the interconnectedness of today's society, whether it's New Hampshire or other states. I mean, this is why it's so darn hard to make policy, because you have all those levers you can push, and God knows what happens if you push this one, but you don't push.
yeah, I do think, the concerns about the federal funding matches and the concerns with federal funding healthcare matches as well. All these threads are held together very delicately. And when you pull one, it's going to affect all. So we really, I think this should be an important thing to keep in mind when we get to the negotiation phase, of course.
We've been negotiating for a month. Fully agreed. And seriously, I shouldn't be overly facetious, but yeah, we haven't got it. We are still gathering information and trying to get to the actual sausage making, but we are pretty darn close to that stage. So not much left. Cool. Any other comments from the members of the committee? Great. Then our next meeting is on Monday, as you surely know, and then on Wednesday, and then on Thursday we have a session day, and on Friday we meet again. So don't make any holiday plans for a while. Thank you. With this, I will call the work session closed at 3:23 p.m. And again, thanks to everybody who attended. We really appreciate it. Thank you.